ఊరికే స్టార్ట్ అయింది.
సార్ అది కరెక్ట్ సార్, దాంట్లో ప్రొఫైల్లో ఉండాలి సార్, డైరెక్టర్ అయినా పెట్టుకోండి, దీనైనా డైరెక్టర్.
Fine, sir. చాట్ లో పెట్టారా? చాట్ లో పెట్టండి ఒకసారి, మళ్ళీ మా యూట్యూబ్ లింక్ మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి చాట్ లో పెట్టండి సార్. వస్తుందా సార్ అది యూట్యూబ్?
ఉంది, లైవ్ ఉంది, యూట్యూబ్ లైవ్ ఉంది.
Good afternoon, Professor Narayana Reddy garu.
Very good afternoon.
Namaskar, sir.
Thank you very much for joining. So, how are you doing?
I am fine, sir. Doing well.
Welcome to our program.
Right, sir.
Thanks to your colleague also for helping us to invite you. So, it is a nice thing.
So, we
are going to start at 2 o'clock, sir, or 2:05?
No, maybe another 4-5 minutes, maybe 2-5 like that, because
Achha.
people are joining. So far,
Okay.
so far 36 are there.
Okay.
Another one or two speakers, Gupta, Professor Gupta. Am I seeing Professor Gupta? Professor Gupta joined, I think so. Name is not there.
Sir, very, very good afternoon. I'm VG Gupta.
Venugopal Gupta ji, welcome,
Yes,
most welcome,
Thank
most
you
welcome.
so much. It's nice to see you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for the opportunity given to us
No,
for
no,
your
sir. See,
program.
our profile itself is indicating getting attractions to you. Invite.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a
And
good session today.
one more IG Gupta also has to join. I think he said he is joining already.
Okay.
Waiting for him to join.
Okay. Let me just share with you, sir, this IC Gupta.
Yeah. Professor IC Gupta. May I see IC Gupta? I see Gupta ji is trying to join, but is not able to join. It looks he's trying his level best.
Sir, can we start the program, sir?
No, just see the.
Strength is 66 now, sir. Sir, you are muted, sir.
That I think. Mr. Balaji? Mr. Balaji?
Sir, can we start, sir?
Dhananjay Kumar Singh is available.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Venugopal Gupta ji is also available.
Yes, sir.
And who should also be there along with him? IC Gupta
Sir.
should be there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ajay Arora, sir, and IC Gupta, sir.
Then Ajay Arora joined.
Sir, yes, sir. Sir said sir will join, sir.
Yeah. Then
We informed, sir.
Okay. Then if IC Gupta is trying his level best to join, but he is finding little difficulty. In the
Yes,
meantime, you can start the program and he will join.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
As and when
Yes,
he
sir.
joins, then after the finishing of the talk by Venugopal Gupta,
Yes,
then
sir.
you introduce IC Gupta and let him talk. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Then proceed.
Yes, sir.
Proceed, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Heartily welcome to honorable guests of the today's program. Good afternoon to all respected directors, Director of SIM, Professor P. Narayana Reddy Garu, distinguished guest speakers, fellow faculty members, and all my dear participants. A warm welcome to you all for 3-day online international marketing conclave on reimagining marketing in new normal. The past 2 days, we have enjoyed wonderful sessions from various eminent speakers across various fields with regard to recent trends in marketing. Today, we are in third day of our marketing conclave, where we have Professor Dhananjay Kumar Singh, sir, from IMT Hyderabad, and Mr. Venugopal Gupta, sir, ex-General Manager from Hindustan Aeronautical Limited, Professor IC Gupta, sir, ex-Dean Management and Tourism from DA University, Indore, and Mr. Ajay Arora, sir, Associate Vice President, Strategic Planning and Projects from Hero Enterprise, and Dr. Nandakumar Mekot, sir, Professor, Goa Institute of Management, and Professor Mithleswar Jha, Professor Emeritus, IIM Bangalore. So, who will be sharing their valuable experiences. Thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation to be as a guest speakers for the today's session. We express our gratitude for your presence here, sir. Now, our panel discussion will begin with keynote address by Professor Dhananjay Kumar Singh, sir, from IMT Hyderabad. Before going for discussion by sir, I will introduce our sir. Professor Dhananjay Kumar Singh, sir, is an academician with 19 years of postgraduate level teaching experience, who loves teaching, training, researching, and consulting in that order. His work experience of 19 years span across reputed management institutions like IMT Hyderabad, IMT Ghaziabad, SP Jain School of Global Management, Alliance University Bangalore, Family Business Academy, Jeddah, and IFHE Hyderabad. Professor Singh, sir, is an faculty in marketing at IMT Hyderabad and teaches brand management, personal branding, sales and distribution management, strategic management, and rural marketing. Professor Singh, sir, was consultant with the Family Business Academy, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, helping family business houses in developing family manuals and conducting workshops on governance issues for family business houses in Saudi Arabia and UAE. Professor Singh sir has acquired academic-oriented skills through imparting management education to MBA, executive MBA students, management development programs for business, and supporting intellectual contributions through articles and research papers. Sir has conducted 90 plus executive development programs across India. Sir has handled executive development programs for clients like GlaxoSmithKline Pharma, Royal Adult Authority of Bhutan, CL Products India Limited, Ramkey Group, RBI, Phoenix Technologies, AI Bakri Group of Companies, Jeddah, and Saudi German Hospitals, Jeddah. Sir, we are fortunate to you have, sir. So now I request Dhananjay Kumar Singh, sir, to address the gathering. Sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Balaji. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
thank you, Dr. Balaji, and good afternoon, Professor Narayana Reddy. Good afternoon, Gupta ji, and all other panelists who are part of this particular panel. Also, let me extend my warm regards and greetings to the other faculty colleagues at Sri Vidya Niketan School of Management and students who have joined this session. So, I have put a very small presentation to share my views on the topic. So, just give me a 30 seconds so that I can open my PPT and then I can share my views. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can proceed, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm just sharing my screen. Just one moment.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Balaji, is my screen visible? Reimagining marketing.
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I had been asked by the organizing committee as to what is the topic on which I would like to share my views. First of all, let me congratulate the team at Sri Vidya Niketan Institute of Management for having thought of a very interesting and a very topical topic of discussion. Because of the pandemic, lot of things are getting reimagined, and reimagining marketing in the new normal. So I thought, let me take a cue from that and share my views on reimagining marketing and how can you leverage digital transformation.
Sir, sorry,
How,
sir. Sorry,
how
sir.
can we leverage digital transformation, right? So in the 20 minutes that I have, I'm going to share my views around this topic. And while sharing my views, I'm starting with this fundamental premise or this fundamental question that is there really a need for reimagining marketing, right? And if we are reimagining marketing, then are we thinking or are we discussing that the fundamentals of marketing have changed? Or we are going to look at factors which are impacting marketing? And if that is the case, then we'll focus on what are the factors which are driving the need for reimagining marketing, right? So I'm going to focus on three very important things. First, have the fundamentals of marketing changed that we have to reimagine? Second, what is impacting marketing? And third, reimagining marketing, what are the factors that are driving it? Okay. Now, have the fundamentals changed? Let me answer this question. Have the fundamentals changed? And what are the fundamentals? Now guys, we all know, I mean, we are all students of marketing, or we are all faculty members or professionals who are dealing with marketing. Marketing has always been about creating value, communicating value, and delivering value, right? There's nothing new here. We call this as the 3 V's approach to marketing. So when I create value, I'm creating products and services, I'm creating brands. When I communicate value, I inform my consumers about what I have created. And when I deliver value, I use the various channels of distribution to reach out to my consumers and deliver value to them. So creating value, communicating value, and delivering value is what constitutes marketing. When we say reimagining marketing, is this premise also going to change? My fundamental view is no. When we reimagine marketing, the 3 V approach to marketing is not going to change. Then what is going to change? The factors which operate around this have changed, and therefore the way we react to those factors, maybe there's a need to change that. So as we go ahead, please understand that the fundamentals of marketing in terms of creating value, communicating value, and delivering value have not changed. Let me make one more fundamental point. You see, there are images of iconic companies like Coca-Cola, Maruti, a football club called Manchester United, another great FMCG brand called ITC, and this beer manufacturer. All these companies have got one thing very, very common, which is central to their existence, right? There is something very unique, there is something very common, which is central to the existence of these entities. Dr. Balaji, just give me 30 seconds. I need to switch on my laptop charger. I forgot. So just let me switch it on and then I'll come back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can go ahead, sir. Sir, your voice is muted, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
What is central to the existence of these entities? Now, again, if I look at the fundamental construct of marketing, what is so very central is that all these companies are existing because there is a customer whom they have to serve. So existence of a customer is very, very essential and an important element to the existence of these companies. And a great person by name Peter Drucker, who is father of modern management, had said that if the purpose of a business is to create a customer, then any business enterprise has only two functions. Number one, marketing, and another two, innovation. This being the case, if I have to summarize in the fundamentals part of marketing, I'm making a point where I'm saying marketing is management. Marketing is the core discipline of business because it is that discipline which is generating customers for you. So therefore, I'm also saying marketing is business. And the primary value of any corporate, culture should be customer orientation. So guys, I'm starting my presentation by straight away communicating my views that the two fundamental views of marketing, the way we do marketing in terms of the 3 V approach of creating, delivering, and communicating value, and marketing being central to the existence of any business, these remain as they are. They have not changed. I'm very emphatically saying they have not changed. Then when I look at evolution of marketing, we'll all agree that marketing has evolved over the ages, starting from a barter system to moving on to the production era, to the marketing era, and then we are now talking about the relationship marketing era, the social mobile marketing era. Marketing has evolved. In the process of evolution, today we are talking about the role being played by digital technology in impacting the way marketing happens. And to that, there is one more new addition, and that new addition is the pandemic. The pandemic and the changes it has brought to the societal marketing forces that that we are working with or that we are working around. So when we look at the evolution of marketing, things have changed. But now what is happening is this process of relationship marketing or mobile marketing is getting facilitated through digital technologies, right? And therefore, when I say reimagining marketing, I'm making a very simple proposition. And my proposition is we need to become conscious of the new marketing realities. This is what I mean when I say reimagining marketing. Now, how do we become conscious of new marketing realities, and what are those new marketing realities? So I'm going to cover this topic in two parts. First, we all have studied that there are factors which are called as the macro environmental factors which impact marketing. So we look at what are those factors which are impacting the new company capabilities, and then how has the pandemic impacted the so-called new normal, and how marketing because of that impact has changed or evolved. These are the two things we'll quickly touch upon. So first, let us look at the societal forces, how they are impacting, and then we look at the company capabilities that have evolved over a period of time. Okay. Now these are the societal forces with which we are grappling, or with which we are fighting as we things go ahead. There is network and information technology. Globalization is the new normal. It is there for everyone to either understand it, appreciate it, internalize it, acclimatize to it, but that's the new normal. There is deregulation, and there is great competition. Because there is globalization, because there is deregulation, there is greater competition. These are the new marketing realities in the macro environmental factors. Along with them, there is industry convergence. We keep talking about ICT, information and communication technology. So there is greater convergence of industry. Because of this, there has been retail transformation. There is now organized retailing. If you look at the environment in 2000 versus the environment today, there is increased transformation as far as retail is concerned. So there is greater organized retail leading to retail transformation. Disintermediation has become a very important concept. Now slowly we have started directly attaching and directly talking to consumers and customers. So disintermediation is a great concept, right? And we as consumers have now more money in our hand. We are more informed. Therefore, our buying power has increased. Our bargaining power as a consumer has increased, right? And these are my thoughts, right? Now, please mute.
I request the participant to mute yourself. Sir, sorry for the inconvenience, sir.
No, that's okay. I mean, students are students.
Yes.
Right. So these are certain changes which are taking place, right? Okay. Now, because of these changes, look at what it has given to the company. We are marketing students. We need to know how things work around us. So because these are the factors which are impacting the macro environment, what are the new company capabilities? Now, the new company capabilities are: number one, I as a marketer can use the power of internet as a powerful information and sales channel. I am sure you'll all agree with me. In fact, we are participating in that process, right? So marketer is going to use internet as a very powerful information and sales channel. Point number one, reality number one. Reality number two, or the new capability: as a marketer, I can now tap into social media and then I can give or amplify my brand message. I can probably connect with Dr. Balaji, understand what are his likes and dislikes, understand what he posts, what he does not post, and accordingly use the help of digital marketing tools like Google algorithm and maybe better connect with him, maybe on social media tools. That is also a reality. Another interesting reality is marketers can facilitate and speed external communications among customers very fast. I did not wait for an ad to come on a particular day. I can do very personalized communication because of the power of digital media. Marketers can collect fuller and richer information about markets, customers, prospects, and competitors, and therefore there is going to be increased focus on what I call as data-driven decision making. The decision that we take are not going to be based on intuition. It is all going to be supported by sound business logic and sound business data. We can now use or send coupons, samples, informations in a very highly personalized way to our consumers or our customers, right? I can directly reach out to their email. I can directly reach out to their mailbox. I can follow them, and I can use retargeting and target and reach out to my consumers personally. Because of these new emerging capabilities, companies can make and sell individually differentiated goods. For your information, Nike has taken customization to a level where they are now calling it as mass customization. Your shoe would be designed as per your specific requirement. Dell had already mastered it. Dell Direct to Deliver is a model which is now becoming old. IKEA, you can go and pick on the items and then design your own store and your own furniture, right? So guys, we are talking about customization, which is going to be highly personalized, which is now being called as mass customization. And now we can improve our purchasing, recruiting, training, internal and external communications. I need not spend lakhs and lakhs of rupees for carrying an ad of Times of India and informing about the business management program of Sri Vidya Niketan. I can do that maybe on some channel whereby I can directly connect with my prospects. And finally, marketers can reach consumers on the move with what is now being called as mobile marketing. In fact, I can say this is the biggest boon as far as India is concerned. The number of people who have access to smartphones and access to internet thanks to the Ambani brother, Mr. Mukesh Ambani, because of Jio, now virtually the market is in the hand of the consumer, and marketers need to understand that the new reality. So I have showed you what are the factors that have changed things, and now I have also shared with you what have been the changes. Now, if because of this, what has happened is there is a need for us to reimagine. Now, this is in the traditional context. But even if the pandemic had not taken, even if the pandemic had not happened, these changes would have been there, and all professors of marketing, all professionals of marketing would be cognizant of that. But now something very interesting has happened. And what is that interesting thing? The interesting thing is there has been coronavirus, there has been a pandemic. For almost 2 years, the whole world has been locked down. So this is now being called as the new normal or the new reality. Pawan, please mute. So if I am now looking at this new normal, first let me ask this question: what's the new normal? And my answer to this question is, there is nothing called new normal. But what is new normal is, we are not going back to the old normal. We are not going to live the life that we were living earlier. There is going to be change. And I'm just giving you some examples of this new normal. Work from home is going to be a reality. Work from home used to be an incentive for some very special professionals before the pandemic. Now it is becoming a very good tool to save on overhead costs for many companies. Billion-dollar deals online is a new reality. And fast-paced adoption of technology is another new reality. And COVID-19 pandemic has changed the consumer behavior. You know how it has changed? To share that particular point, I'm just sharing with you some very important points from a research article that I have read, which is published by McKinsey and Company in July 2020. The title of that particular article is Reimagining Marketing in the New Normal. And you know what this article talks about? It talks about various things. I picked on 4 very important points. Point number 1, the new normal, there is going to be greater digital migration to expand to digital borders. Government used to take so much time to make people get acquainted to internet. What government could not do it for 5 years, the pandemic has helped people to adopt digitally in just 8 to 9 weeks, because it has become an imperative. Social commerce is on the rise. 34% people say that they have shopped on Instagram based on an influencer recommendation, the new realities of marketing. So what are the implications for us as professors of marketing or as professionals of marketing? We need to rethink. We need to rethink how to connect with consumers with strong emphasis on e-commerce and digital channels. We need to now work on what is called as data-driven decision making. So marketing analytics is going to be in demand. We need to redesign the shopper journey for consumers. The traditional way of need identification, information search, evaluation of alternatives is going to change. It's all going to go digital. And all these things have to happen simultaneously. So the consumer decision making channel is going to change. And this is a new implication for marketer because of the pandemic and things changing around it. Then another new normal is there is going to be increased adoption of e-services. New e-service platforms are going to be created. New e-services are going to be used. We have already seen in the pandemic that service sectors like banking, media, entertainment, and telemedicine have got strong acceptance with consumers. So will this change after the pandemic and after things open up? I don't think so. This will get further accentuated. There is increasing consumer confidence in the use of e-services. Currently, what am I doing? I am participating in an e-service initiative. Thanks to Zoom and thanks to this EduTech platform, I am able to connect for a conference from Hyderabad and deliver my views and my experiences to the audience which is sitting in Tirupati or maybe different other places. So increasing consumer confidence in the use of e-services. What are the marketing implications? These are the marketing implications. There is going to be great surge in demand and an opportunity to create new connections with people. Point number 2, there is going to be greater focus on developing what I call as partner ecosystems, both public and private. Now, what is the meaning of a partner ecosystem? Look at this example here. A partner ecosystem would mean that a e-health platform like Practo can collaborate with an online fitness company and provide you cross-promote benefits of having a better health as well as access to better medicine. So, welcome to the world of e-partnering in terms of delivering services, a new reality. Can I say, no, I would not like to do that? I would like to continue the way I had been doing my business earlier? Probably the answer is no. Right? Dr. Balaji, I have another 10 minutes with me. Dr. Balaji?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll just take another 10 minutes, sir.
Sir, please, sir.
Because I have to be conscious of time also, right? Now, the third point, which I believe is the new normal because of the pandemic, is our home has become a multifunctional hub. You know what? Now, what is multifunctional hub? We have got places where we work at home, we live at home, we learn at home, we shop at home. Many a times in the day, your home is as good as a classroom, right? Parents are working, kids are studying. So your home has become the fulcrum. Your home has become a multifunctional entity. People in the next normal or the new normal are likely to continue savoring these home entertainment options. So if this is true, what are the implications? What are the questions we need to answer as marketers? How do we navigate this homebound economy? Second, how can you seamlessly deliver a message to a customer's phone, tablet, and TV screen when they are using those devices simultaneously without any dilution in the core base of the message? How can you market on Alexa or Google Home? Or how can you start a two-way discussion with people in their home without coming across anything which is intrusive, at the same time guarding the privacy of the customers? This is another new reality, and this is where the need for marketing to reimagine. And finally, if I look from the pandemic point of view, now because of the pandemic, brands need to show greater purpose in their social resolve, because people are going to hold brands and check on very high standards. Social conscious value is going to be in increased focus. And because of the pandemic, there has been a resurgence in activism where consumers are now looking for brands to address their sense of power in holding society and maybe providing greater good to society. A great example, whenever we say Tata, we often associate the word trust with this particular brand. But if you look at the reasons why we associate the word trust, I'll just give you one example. When the pandemic hit us last year and the Prime Minister announced of the Prime Minister Care Fund, the first company to come out and declare a donation of 1500 crore was this particular entity. And therefore we have stronger value and stronger trust with respect to this particular brand. So the new normal is going to ask for brands to hold very high social values. So what are the implications? The implications are we have to communicate a strong sense of brand purpose. We have to make clear commitments to the cause we believe in. We have to showcase how socially aligned we are, how conscious we are with respect to climate change, how our brand is not damaging the planet and the fabric of this particular ecosystem. How am I making a contribution to the people who are otherwise living on the fringes and not part of the mainstream? These are the new realities. And finally, I have talked about how the societal forces are going to change marketing, how it is going to provide us new capabilities, and how the pandemic has further accentuated that process of change. Now let me close by sharing with you two very interesting case studies as to how companies have acted on these new realities and brought in what I call as digital transformation. John Chambers, the Cisco CEO, had said that 40% of all businesses will die in the next 10 years if they do not figure out how to change their entire company to accommodate new technologies. And if another very interesting view which was shared, which is very important for the academia in marketing, is clearly the thing that's transforming is not technology, it is the technology that is transforming us. Now let me show you two very interesting case studies to demonstrate how technology has transformed us. If I ask you who is he, you'd be like, why are you asking this question to us? This is supposed to be a marketing conference. And how does it really bother who this guy is? Maybe some poor chap who is in the business of rearing donkeys. Why should I be interested? But if I say that he is Iman Mehrung Jaitun from Northwest Frontier Province in Pakistan, and they also show that there are customers like Iman who would be responsible for generating 30 million bills per month, transfer $7 billion money domestically, and they are part of 88% of Pakistan's population who have no access to formal financial services. If I'm a traditional banker, I would say fine, then I can't do anything with I can't do anything to them, right? There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do with these people. But then look at this great example where somebody thought outside the box and how digital transformation is helping people like Iman to get connected to banking system. So in Pakistan, there used to be Tamir Microfinance Bank and Telenor was a service provider. Telenor was having connectivity with almost all the people in Pakistan like we have in India. So what Telenor did was, Telenor tied up with Tamir because Tamir had the banking license, and Telenor Tamir together created an entity called Telenor Tamir Microfinance Bank. You know what has happened now? Because of this initiative, they were able to launch an app called Easy Paisa. And through Easy Paisa, they have helped millions of people like this to have access to banking system or financial system whereby they can participate in the process of transferring money from place A to place B, saving their money, saving bills, making their payments, and become part of the mainstream financial system of Pakistan. A great example of what digital technology can do and how digitization can transform our life. A collaboration between a telecom service provider and a bank. Now I've given you an example of some entity in Pakistan. Let me end my presentation by sharing with you a very interesting example happening in India. There's a company called Frontier Market. You know what they do? They build strong rural marketplace connecting rural customers to quality products and services by providing what is called a Saheli app on a mobile in the hands of these rural women. And this has given these women the right to access technology and become the virtual market for the rural heartlands of this country and connect them to thousands of products which you and me buy on Amazon and Flipkart. I'll end my presentation by sharing with you this 1-minute video which will very well present the role being played by frontier markets in digital transformation. Just one moment. Or maybe you can watch this video. I mean, this is also there on their website. So if you just Google frontier markets, you'll be able to see this particular video where you will come to know how these ladies have become such a smart salesman by using the app. And what has the company done? The company has used internet technology and the power of internet and the mobile connectivity to provide that mobile app in the hands of these ladies. They have now become virtual marketplace for lots of brands who want to reach out to the rural India. So with this, I'll end my presentation, and by finally sharing and saying that the need to reimagine is not there because the fundamentals of marketing have changed. The need to reimagine is only there because the things which are operating around marketing have changed, and therefore there's a need on our part to reimagine our own capabilities and operate in this new market data driven world. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. In case anybody has any doubt, either can take it now or maybe at the end of the session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for enlightening us with your valuable experiences. So now we are going to have next speaker, Mr. Venugopal Gupta, sir. So now we will give a brief introduction about Mr. Venugopal Gupta, sir. So Mr. Venugopal Gupta, sir, have worked with Hindustan Aeronautical Limited at corporate office as general manager, handling joint ventures and subsidiary companies for overall growth. Sir was in charge of HAL and also HAL outsourcing also. Earlier to corporate office at GM, Sir was heading customer service for all fixed wing aircrafts and rotary wing helicopters, maintaining excellent relationship with the Indian Air Force, Army, Navy and Coastal Guard. Mr. Venugopal Gupta, sir, is having vast experience in various facets of aerospace business, responsibilities including marketing, customer service, planning, project methods, production, planning and control, outsourcing, lean and information technology, and management services. Mr. Venugopal Gupta, sir, is an mechanical engineering graduate with the MBA Marketing and the MBA Finance. And sir also attended short-term management course at IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Kolkata, and also medium-term residential training program for business managers at IIM Bangalore also. Mr. Venugopal Gupta, sir, is having rich experience of 38 years in different industries like white goods, brown goods, automobiles, aeronautics, and worked at different cities like Indore, Nasik, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Amedi, with varied geographical markets with different culture. Even varied sales experiences dealing with different customers like OEM, dealer and distribution channels, and direct sales from domestic to international. Mr. Venugopal Gupta sir is mainly on customer care, marketing, and business development at Godrej. Additional responsibilities of sales for air conditioners, along with air after sales service of white goods. And sir also have rich experience with BPL company also. Thank you, sir. We are fortunate to have you, sir. Now, we request Venugopal Gupta sir to address the.
1 minute, is there?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
No. Thank you, Mr. Balaji. Thank you very much for such introduction. Respected Chairman of Sri Vidya Niketan Institute of Management, Director SVM Dr. P. Narayana Reddy, entire faculty, staff, and honorable members of the organizing committee, eminent speakers, dear students and participants. Very, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Let's see what has happened during COVID-19. It basically fundamentally changed the customer journey, what the customer need, how they shop, how products and services are delivered, and how the customer experiences at each step. There was nationwide lockdown, as you people are aware. It was an odd year for businesses. During that time, the SMS became the new trend. SMS means sanitizer, mask, and social distancing. Suddenly, the phone became the most handy gadget. They say it's a very powerful tool. Kar lo duniya muthi mein. Each and everything is possible through a phone. It changed the very priorities and preferences that drive the purchase decisions. It brought digital world a reality. Now, what is required in new normal? What an industry is looking at? What is the new consumer's buying behavior? Let's start. The changes in the customer journey requires corresponding adaptation in marketing strategy and execution. As the brick and mortar retail location shut their doors, there has been a clear need of virtually recreate the real aspects of that process. Now, the brands and packaged foods, the shelf space has become totally irrelevant. The big malls, the big experience centers, the big showrooms have become totally irrelevant. The space is to be created digitally. The organizations have to be super alert of what is happening with the customer. Now, what the market and marketers have to do in the new normal. Marketers will be focused more on reaching consumers at home and around home. The purpose-driven marketing is a growing trend. The marketers are now a changed landscape. The marketers face a radically altered playing field. The need of the hour is to ramp up the marketing efforts, roll up the sleeves, and be hyper vigilant. You will agree with me that the business is in the heart of customer. We have to reach them out. In the new normal, the websites is the showcase of any organization. It speaks entire thing about the organization. Industry has to upgrade the websites for the relationships. The website will walk for the organization. The apps and the e-catalogs are to be human interactive. They have to be user friendly. Consumers should feel to use it very simply and they should be able to adapt it. Are we ready to shift the gears? We have to be agile in our approach. The speed and depth of the impact will challenge the need. The organizations need to be ready to play some war games. War strategies need to be adopted. Entire thing has to be done on war footing. Marketers may have to combine hyper local marketing with global marketing. In the new normal, one has to build lasting relationship with the customers. That's very important. Marketers have to think hard and differently. What they used to think earlier has to be looked altogether in a different manner. We have to see how the customers will feel, think, say, and do. There are many areas when there is a paradigm shift during the new normal, especially shopping. It is catching up the great digital migration. It is said in Latin America, 13 million people made their first ever e-commerce transaction. Even in India, the e-commerce transaction became popular. Amazon has recorded a 26% boom in sales in first quarter of 2020 compared to 2019. The net intent of physical shopping has gone down. In India, the big basket is a big hit. The waiting period, which used to be 2 to 4 hours or maybe one day, has gone up to 4 to 5 days. There used to be slots, people were not getting placed to book a slot. A web company, web design company, Shopify, it helps in setting up e-commerce within few days, or rather sometimes they say within few hours. This is a big change which has brought in. It has brought rapid revenue recovery for the organization. The new concept, the direct to customer D2C, is now prevailing. It is the most convenient and shopping experience and useful experience for the consumers. The monetization is now showing results. The money through Google Pay, the Paytm are now being accepted by a common vendors, the shopkeepers, the kirana shop, the haircut saloon, even for the local labor, they are accepting the digital payments. Our grandfather, our mothers are now digitally ordering and they are making digital payments. People are becoming tech savvy. And this tech savvy you will find even in villages also. The new service platform is e-services. The e-pharmacy, the e-doctor, e-banking, e-consultancies are the buzzwords in this new normal. An integrated health platform, 1mg or Tata 1mg, has created wave. During COVID, patients took doctor prescriptions, organized blood tests, used diagnostic services, ordered medicines through these platforms. There are many other platforms similar to that. It is better to make partner ecosystems, that is interconnected service platforms. By this I mean that food marketers can partner, cross-partner, they can cross-partner e-health, fitness companies, etc. for wider audience. The home buyer platforms could include real estate, mortgage, packers and movers, furnishing, interior decorators, etc. Property dealers have already started the virtual tours. A consumer rather going and visiting a property, before that he sees the property on a 3D effect and is able to make up his mind. Marketers have to align themselves with these new trends. Home has become a new command central for all activities. The home, a new place where people live, they work, they learn, they shop, and they play. Working remotely was a new experience. At home, consumers are more comfortable, they are at leisure and have more time. Consumers take out time at leisure after breaks from work schedule to browse through add-ons. You will agree with me that they have more convenient and flexible timings available for them at home. Full family can participate in selection and shopping. There is a close bonding which has happened between the family while selecting a particular product. A new craze is online gaming from home. There are many companies like Hala Play, Crick Plays, etc. came into existence during this time, or rather they increased the sales. Many web series and online entertainments were bombarded with online streaming platforms during this new normal. Netflix, Woot, Z5 are examples. New thrust wasn't trust, basically, trust building. It is creating a space for health and affordability. The importance was on personal health and economic well-being. The foot traffic will reduce unless spaces are safe and virus free. People will go to malls or superstores or hypermarkets only when they feel it is hygienic and they are safe. Consumers are willing to shop the display windows. They are not ready to touch any item. Items can be scanned for delivery. Thrust on contactless activities have gone up. It is posed challenge to consumer brand loyalty also. There are certain brands which were popular and famous before COVID may not work post COVID. During new normal, the value will replace luxury. People are becoming more cost conscious. People are becoming more value conscious. Consumers will be turning to brands that they trust during lockdown. In the new normal, speed is the key. The new ideas that would have taken a year to develop are going from idea to implementation in weeks. It has now speeded up the things. The e-commerce platforms has gone up. What has happened in last 5 years, 10 years are now happening in a couple of months. There will be explosion in digital technology, digital interaction, digital sphere. When we navigate to the new normal, the marketing team have to make a faster decisions. They have to understand the purposes and values. Marketers have to think whether we should be global or local. The organizations have to accelerate productivity. They have to reset the cost structure because consumer is becoming more and more cost conscious. There are some organizations who have seen the major growth. They turn challenges into opportunities. They are the Big Basket, the Dunzo, Paytm, Byju's, PhonePe, Zomato, Swiggy, Amazon, Flipkart, etc. There are few. The online streaming platforms like Netflix, Amazon Prime, Sony Live, Woot, the gaming companies like Dream11, CrickPlay, MPL, FanFight, the diagnostic companies which cropped up were Tata 1MG, Lal Path Labs, Asara Labs. Many companies have turned the challenges into opportunities. There are sectors that have grown during this particular time and will grow further. They are the IT, the healthcare, the utilities, the edutech, the banking, and the telecom. It is said when going gets tough, the tough gets going. We have to think out of box. The entrepreneur should not diminish the confidence. Now, what is needed in the new normal is transforming challenges into opportunities, creating an online marketplace, selling on e-commerce sites, introduction and adoption of contactless payments, adopting software solutions to run business. The MSCs have to see the real transformation. The marketing team have to align themselves to these new trends in the new normal. Always place customer as our first priority, conducting day-to-day work from the viewpoint of the consumers. We have to strive to be close as possible to the consumer to grasp actual needs and develop products and brands with much greater value. We have to actively communicate with the consumer and utilize the feedback in daily business activities. In new normal, in advertisements and promotions, there will be a change. We have to use maximum of social media advertisements, use of search engine optimization, Google advertisements to be used to get top of the page space, which was not available in the past. Now it is possible to have focused advertisement with proper analysis of consumer buying behavior and customer preferences. There is a deep linking and tracking is also possible. These are low budget and maximum impact media mix in comparison to traditional media. Shall we see some new adaptations in home during the new normal? Have you heard of the Ramu Kaka, the Rani Bai, the Dhobi Chacha, and the Chulbuli? Surprised? In the new normal, the dishwashers is the Ramu Kaka, a new adaptation by Indian families. There was a major shortage of Bosch dishwashers during that time. Waiting period has gone up to even the 4 months. The e-robo is the Rani Bai, which is accepted by Indian families to clean the house because husband, wife, father, mother are in the house and all are cleaning and doing all the home chores. The washing machine has gone, sales have gone up. The chulbuli is the vegetable chopper because they are cooking food together. So they need some better equipment to chop the vegetables. The internet connection, which was available for a single person in a house, now it's available for the all families. The online grocery has now well accepted norm Kirana Wala. The online medicines became the new medical shop, and it will continue further. According to me, there are 4 C's for success in marketing. That is creativity, critical thinking, communication, and collaboration. Many customers have preferred business because of flexibility. That means they can order on any time. They can do mobile ordering platform. They can have a faster order taking. They're looking for convenience. That is easy ordering and delivery and having personalized offers. The apps have to be like that it should be easy for them. Affordability, the economy of scale, discounts, and relationship, which is most important, the loyalty programs. Summing up, I will say that there are some essentials for successful business. A watch on the competition, keep house under control, finance under scrutiny, keep all the financial under control. One has to maintain operational excellency so that the entire operational efficiencies goes up. Learn from others' failures and successes, and regular updation of opportunities and impediments. All products should have, all services should have the USP, the unique selling proposition. Always have innovation and creativity. Acquisition and retention of customers, customer focus. And finally, I will say, keep doing continuously and update your skill continuously. All the best. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Am I okay? Mr. Balaji?
Thank you so much, sir. So thank you so much for enlightening us with your informative session. Definitely our participants enjoyed your session, and we'll expect this type of sessions from you in future also, sir. Whenever pandemic goes out, we will meet, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Look forward.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir. Now I request Professor I.C. Gupta, sir. So the next session is by Professor I.C. Gupta, sir. Before giving the session, I will introduce, give brief introduction about, sir. Professor I.C. Gupta, sir. Sir.
My video is not enabled.
Sir, you have to turn on your video, sir.
No, I put it on, but from your side, it's not being enabled. Anyhow, don't worry about it.
No, sir. It is from your end only, sir. Maybe it is because of internet connectivity issues, sir.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, sir.
Go
Yes,
ahead.
sir.
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Sir. Sir, thank you for accepting our invitation to be a guest speaker today. Sir, now the next session is going to be handled by Professor I.C. Gupta, sir. Before giving a message by Professor I.C. Gupta, sir, I will give a brief introduction. Professor I.C. Gupta, sir, presently working as a subject expert from Management and Tourism, UGC, Government of India, Professor Emeritus, Oriental University, India. Professor I.C. Gupta, sir, was ex-Dean Management Tourism, Devi Ahalya University. Devi Ahalya University. And sir is an ex-Indian Air Force veteran. Sir is a visiting professor for various universities in France, Thailand, Mauritius, Bhutan. Sir has done doctorate in service marketing and MBA Economics, MA English. Sir has conducted research on positioning in Thailand as a tourist destination with the Research Council of Thailand sponsored by Research Council of Thailand, Bangkok. SAR has also done research project titled Evaluating Distribution of Iodized Salt, sponsored by UNICEF, Government of MP, India, Madhya Pradesh, India, and SAR also done research in the area of marketing research for top 10 corporate houses in India. SAR was also done research project on functioning of tourism police, sponsoring by Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. SAR is going to perform post-COVID assignment sponsored by TDTU, Ho Chi Minh City University, Vietnam, and Wharton College, Rusi Sultanate of Oman. We are privileged to have you, sir. May I now request Professor Dr. I.C. Gupta, sir, to address the gathering. Sir, we request you to share your views to the audience, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to share my PPT. Please
Yes,
allow.
Sir, 1 minute, sir.
Treating judgment imagining marketing the demand.
Sir,
Yeah.
you can share the screen, sir.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Fine, fine.
Yes, sir.
Vanakkam, good afternoon, everybody. Dr. Gupta has reminded me of what is known as Ramu Kaka and Shantabai. And it was something painful reminder to me because one day one of my employees, one of my teacher gave me a call at my home, and then my wife said that he's washing clothes. So when I gave a call to the teacher, he was washing the clothes. So I told him when he's free, ask him to give me a call. So he didn't call me. So evening I called him. So why you did not call me? Sir, I called you, but your wife said you're cleaning the utensils. So that's the way the things are going on. So this roughly an idea what is known as Ramukaka and Shantavari we have to do in pandemic period. Some new learning, new skill and new ability to be enhanced. I was able to learn taking a haircut. Anyhow, we go ahead with my PPT. This you already seen. This also you have seen. These are my areas.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I was marketing executive. I was selling air conditioners and refrigerators for 7 years. Then I became director of business school in Indore University, then dean, and presently during the COVID and after the COVID, I'm part-time housewife. Now, everybody was talking about the new normal. New normal is obsolete. It's gone. The days are past. Now we have next normal. Now, how do you distinguish between new normal and next normal? In new normal, we used to work from home, work from office, then work from home. So that was new normal. Now we are not working from home. We are co-working. Many companies are joining together and working together at one place. This is known as co-working 2.0. This is next normal. we have upgraded ourselves from a new normal to next normal because COVID is going to stay. COVID is not going to discriminate between people. And COVID is very persistent to find. So that's why we are moving from new normal to next normal. These are some of the marketing challenge of next normal, new normal, containment protocol, disruption of supply chain, social distancing, customer mobility. These are not to be explained. I'm just reading it. Okay, change of the way we shop, change of the purchase, and we say frugality plays an important role. Changing rules of government, and then many organizations are running shortage of working capital and workforce layout. These are some of the marketing challenges that next normal is going to face. And this next normal is going to create new opportunity for marketing. Demand for wellness and healthy items, nutrition, medical goods, online digital marketing, engine optimization, you know about it, social media marketing, social pay-per-click display. This is one of the advertisement method which is becoming more popular, and customer service through home delivery. These are some of the new opportunities. There are some more remote working, or what do we say now, from new marking, new normal to next normal. We are co-working now. This co-working 2.01 is now very popular, and people, many organizations are joined together, and they have one setup in which people are working together. Social media connect, business online. Now we will be requiring SVE so that we can jump ahead of competitors. Special discount offer so we can attract many people. And ACO is going to see near me searches. There are searches, but near me searches have become popular way of SEO, so optimization. Now there is empathy about the order. Online buying is common, but in next normal, it is the delivery model flexibility, payment flexibility, item flexibility, and time flexibility. All these are possibly to be given at the home delivery plan. And we are required to plan our inventory properly. Do not just panic move that we used to do, a reflexes we used to do during the new normal is now a strategic plan way to manage inventory. This is something that we can do in next normal. We are required to do transparent communication with the client. Now the customer must know everything, and that's why it is required the open communication with the customer and the intermediary, and also the employees, because the relationship between employees and client and customer is got strained during this period of time, and there is a doubt, distrust among these people. What is required is that we develop a better understanding between company, customer, and employees, and the intermediary. Then we have to focus on not new customer, but we have to focus on existing customer, because to win new customer in this period of pandemic is slightly difficult. That's why we have to exploit the possibility of getting more revenue from our existing customer. Portfolio restructuring. Now there is time. In new normal, we were managing our portfolio. Now in next normal, we got to change our portfolio, and we got to remove things which are not possibly suitable in next normal. But we have to keep those things, add new things which are possibly good or necessary in next normal. Let me give one example of USA here. That what it did in the portfolio restructuring. I'm going to come to a blue ocean strategy. I'm going to talk about portfolio restructuring. Now, top of funnel marketing is one of the new next normal strategy adopted by management marketing people. That we have to create a brand awareness of top of mind. Word of mouth, it has become more important part because of social media, and thereby we have to create a top of funnel awareness about our product, our brand, and then top of mind awareness or recall should be made available to the customer. Now, these are the days of next normal. These are days of smart marketing. When we say smart, it's not using the technology. So these are the technology we are going to use in the next normal. Artificial intelligence, robotics, Internet of Things, smart cities, cloud computing, and big idea. I'm going to give example of each of these. Artificial intelligence is being used for managing our operation, services, and so on. This is one of the example of artificial intelligence. Nike shoe, they are going to design the shoe because of the artificial intelligence and the data provided by big data, and thereby we can design the shoe and person can collect it. What Mr. Dharmendra was talking about. Robotics, of course, is in service industry, which is a contactless industry now. We are required to use robotics. There are programmable robotics. Now we have humanoid robotics, who is now the citizen of, I think, Iran or Saudi Arabia, that lady. And similarly, humanoid robotics are going to play an important human interaction role in next normal. This is Pizza Hut. Now, big data are collection of information on the basis of which we make a decision. So here is data analytics going to play an important role for making various decisions. This here how Netflix is designing its program, its event, its activity with the help of the data collected from various sources, which are known as big data. Now, and of course, in new normal also, social media marketing was popular, online, mobile, it was popular, and now also it is popular. But there are more dimensions were added to this, and there are more platforms were added to marketing in next normal. We have mobile, social media, website, email, search engine, displays, blogs, third-party chat forum, and so on and so forth. LinkedIn, Instagram, Flickr, YouTube, etc., being added in the social media marketing. Earlier, social media marketing were more related to Facebook and WhatsApp and so on. So now there are many more channels of social media marketing available with the marketer in the next normal. These are all pictures. Now we talk about e-commerce, we know about it, but now it has changed. From new normal, now we move to next normal in terms of here. We started e-commerce, then we have m-commerce, and then we have t-commerce. These I have seen only in Thailand. Interactive television, the purchase made through interactive television, which are available only in some of the high developed economy, where they have the interactive television, where they can demand and can send the order and can receive the goods at home. So e-commerce, m-commerce, and t-commerce are changes to the next normal. Now Instagram is also having a shopping feature attached to it, and all these media are very important because they provide what is known as word of mouth publicity. Viral marketing and buzz marketing, Zoom, Amnesty, these are interactive methods available now in new market in new normal. That now no isolation, but now we are interacting with now in many of the colonies, many of the areas of city, we play housey, we may play games by sitting in our home. So there are some new way of interacting. There's we all know about it: Zoom, MS Teams, WebEx, Google Meet, and so on and so forth. Now in Silicon City, they brought a clubhouse that they can chit chat with each other. Even they can provide the guidance, counseling, and so on and so forth with the help of this chat box known as Clubhouse. Now, the virtual reality is shown, actually reality cannot be shown, physical reality cannot be shown because there are no contact time or place available. Thereby, we show the reality through virtual. So that is virtual and hybrid reality and event is shown with the help of physical and virtual combination, pop culture and the TikTok, which has become a next normal method of communication. Augmented reality is a part of this virtual and TikTok culture. These are all made for the modern customer nowadays so that they can interact with each other. Omni-channel and multiple channels. There are multiple channels of marketing being used earlier, but now we have omni-channels. There's a difference between these two. This is the difference. Multiple channels, we go individually, they are not interconnected. But now with the technology platform that we have, all these things are interconnected. We shoot one idea here, the same idea will be integrated and communicated through all the channels. That's why it is known as omni-channels, or what we generally call it IMC, Integrated Marketing Communication. One single solid idea, not from different channels. We don't give different idea, but we give same idea. One cohesive single idea is given to the customer through the omni-channels. So we moved from multi-channel to omni-channel in the next normal. Conversation marketing, because conversation was not possible other than the telephone and so on and so forth. Now for this, we have a new system, what was known as chat box. There on 24/7, we can interact with the customer, we can interact with the clients, we can interact with our friends. And these forums, chat box forums, are really direct dialogue-driven human communication in nowadays, which has become more popular. Now, video marketing, of course, is now taking place more predominantly in next normal. These are new tools available for video marketing. This content, video is a nice content format because it is short and it is very interesting, and also the longer dwell time. People can see for a longer period of time because it is interesting, easy to understand, ideal for all type of mobile services, and it reaches fast to different type of tools. In SEO ranking also, when you have video is ranked on top in the SEO ranking. So video marketing has become more predominant now in next normal. These traditional media are not obsolete. They were popular in the before new normal, then in next normal, but we cannot give up. They will remain common because that should be something in the end of people to see, not just listen or talk. So these are things which should still remain common. So along with the digital media, we have traditional media which will still survive in next normal. Now, in next normal, some new ideas come known as neuromarketing. We can read the brain of people, a neurological study of the brain, and thereby make a lot of decisions, marketing decisions on the basis of this. These are the methods. I'm not able to explain this. There are something technical about it, neurology, but this study about brain and how does it work, and this whole idea is used for advertising and marketing. Now the blue ocean strategy, I was talking about restructuring your portfolio. So the blue ocean strategy is a new normal strategy in which we try to locate the market where there is a least competition, the virgin market, where nobody is gone, nobody is really tried. There's not much of competition. So if you try to identify those markets and capture those markets, then this is known as blue market strategy. And this is what is portfolio restructuring. You have to restructure portfolio, remove something and add some new strategy so that you can catch some virgin market. Now let me give an example of USA. One of my students started one startup in USA, and this startup was about last journey event management. Last journey event management, that is funeral management. So he started the services of funeral management. This was that my one of my student, and it became so popular, and he was able to cater to all types of religion, caste, and so on and so forth for funeral services. But then, in Blue Ocean study was used by one of my other student. He has found out that this LGBT group, there's nobody takes care of LGBT group, their marriage, their birth ceremony, or death ceremony, and so on and so forth. For normal people it is done, but for LGBT group it is not done. So he selected a virgin group to provide the services of funeral. And funeral, not only funeral, but all celebrations which are required to be done, death, birth, marriage, and so on and so forth. So that is what I call Blue Ocean strategy, finding the virgin market where there is less competition and trying to capture that market. Then as Mr. Singh told about the CSR, that we require in this bedtime, difficult time, we require to do something for the people, because these are the time of suffering, and you got to give a helping hand, and that is how what I call Sonu model. Sonu has come forward during bedtime, and he has almost become a demigod for the people to provide services. Similarly, the organization should come forward to not to exploit the people in difficult time, but to provide them help. One of the examples is given here that one of the UK manufacturing company did not sell, but gave in gift defensive gears and sanitizer, etc., etc. So we are required to do something for the society so that we become beneficial to the. We have been benefited by the society. We'll be earning our profit through society. We got to give back to them. And now in next normal, more important that we are required to give back to the society so that difficult time is not felt so much. That's all. Thank you very much. If there is any question, you are most welcome. I have cut short my PPT because I have 15 minutes to go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are enlightened with your informative session, and audience was enjoyed our session a lot, sir. We can enjoy the question. We can have the question answer session at the end of the session. At the end of the session, this section, sir.
Okay. Oh.
So now,
will you please join with me? Jai Hind.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Ajay, sir, to take over the session. So before asking sir to join, I will give brief introduction about sir. Mr. Ajay, sir, is currently working as Vice President, Strategic Planning and Projects, Hero Corporate Service. Ajay sir is a qualified management practitioner, mechanical engineer, having over 25 years of varied experience in industry. Sir started his professional journey in 1995 at Maruti Suzuki, India leading manufacturing car company. After having been grounded in operations for 6 years, he moved within the organization to Strategic Initiatives Group and now played a key role in the growth strategies since 2009. Sir is leading the strategic planning and projects for Hero Enterprise, a part of diversified business house in India with interest spanning across two-wheelers, steel, automotive components, insurance, education, real estate, among others. Sir is currently focused on expansion and business diversification while
Dr.
also
Balaji?
supporting. Sir.
I'm sorry, I'm Dhananjay Singh. I'm disturbing you. Can you just ask Professor IC Gupta to unshare his screen, because he's sharing his screen and probably he's not aware.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just a minute, please. You can disable me. From here it is disconnected.
Yes, sir. You
Are
can
you still
remove.
seeing?
You can remove now, sir.
Is okay now?
Sir, you want to. Currently, you are in online, sir. Sharing the screen.
No, here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it was
Gone?
gone, sir. Gone out.
Okay, thank you.
Sir,
Thank you.
sorry for disturbance, sir.
That's perfectly okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ajay Arora,
Thank
sir, is currently focused on expansion and business diversification while also supporting the existing ventures in their new initiatives and troubleshooting operations. A avid reader and traveler, Ajay sir takes keen interest in sporting activities, participating in long distance runs, and has successfully completed over a dozen marathons. We are happy to have you, sir. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation to be a guest speaker today, sir. Sir, now you can continue your session, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, Dr. Balaji, for this introduction. This has been a very august panel, as I noticed. Apart from Dr. Balaji, I heard Professor Dhananjay, Mr. Venugopal Gupta, and just now Professor I.C. Gupta. All illustrious people have been speaking. I don't know how much I'll be able to add to what the value has been given by these people. But I'll try my best, folks. But before we begin, Dr. Balaji, I'm not able to see anybody. Is that the thing that these are the students are attending like this or what?
Yes, sir. They turn off their videos, sir.
Achha.
So I request the participants to turn on their videos, please.
I mean, I'm okay with anything that they want, but depending on their convenience, if they feel like, they can always interact and.
So because of internet connectivity issues, sir.
Bandwidth is a problem. Yeah.
Yes, sir. If they switch on their videos, connectivity problems will arise. So that most of them turn off their videos.
No, but I'm glad to see almost more than 100 participants in this panel. That too on second day.
Yes,
you
sir.
people are doing an excellent job in engaging people. I'm sure.
Thank you, sir. It's all because of our director, sir. It's all because of our director, sir, P. Narayana Reddy, sir.
Yes.
Sir.
Congratulations to you. So before now, a lot of discussions have been happening about reimagining marketing in the new normal. This is a new environment which all of us have been going through. So I'm also going to talk about it largely from industry perspective, how the changes are happening, and as practitioners of marketing and management, what are the key things that we should be keeping in mind, and what is it that we also keep in mind while being sitting here in industry. So, the year 2020 was the year of change for every business. The home isolation and subtle lockdowns have actually accelerated the adoption of digital technologies. The unexpected onset of the second wave, which was also not at all expected, has really enforced every organization and consumer to take up the curve of digital adoption overnight. All of us, that's why we are all digitally connected. Had it been a physical thing, things would have been different. I mean, that time this bandwidth, etc. issue would not have happened. But so some sectors have had positive impact. Some sectors like travel and tourism were almost wiped out for a few quarters. I mean, they are coming back now. According to the Ministry of Tourism, they've reported a 73% drop year on year on domestic tourist visits and 75% decrease in foreign tourists in last year. I mean, there have been negative things, but there have been positive things as well. Black swan events like these pandemics have provided opportunities for organizations to reimagine the future. What we would have done 10 years from now, we are doing now to actually rewire thought strategy and action to build a plan to a safer, healthier and secure tomorrow. While such events test the very resilience and adaptive capacity of organization, they also have the potential to unleash forces of innovation and creativity to build a better future. So if we go back historically, crisis has driven innovation. Every crisis has driven innovation, and so has the pandemic. India has accelerated the digital journey. I mean, it started with the demonetization, but now it's a different game. Now the country is highly tech savvy. So from a humble rickshawala or a coconut seller or a vegetable seller to an urban smartphone owner, the use of digital economy by our citizens is extremely high. There has been, I mean, we have been seeing that's how the emergence of work from home and hybrid modes of working as well as delivering education, which all of you are also experiencing, has come up. As a result, the media consumption is the highest. Consumption of media is the highest. And this is highest in the 18 to 25-year age group. I'm sure most of the participants in this would be in this session would be audience in this would be in this age group, right? 18 to 25. Is that right, Dr. Balaji?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the media consumption increase has been highest in 18 to 25-year age group, which are still not going out to the extent of other groups. This has been actually published by India Consumer Sentiment Index. A report by a financial services companies has actually revealed that millennials and Gen Z are spending 125% of their pre-COVID spending levels from 2019. 125%, right? Actually, the lockdowns and ambiguity have forced many youngsters to pause and evaluate their lifestyle and spending habits. I'm sure all of you can relate to it. While some who were spendthrift earlier were suddenly becoming more frugal, while some are splurging on food, experiences, health, etc., more than ever before. There's been the anxiety has come in people, uncertainty and boredom has led to increased spending. Millennials are spending more on health, beauty, branding, and online courses. Top expenses for millennials now include groceries, which is almost 40%, and alcohol. This has also come out. Restaurants and health and beauty services. Half of the millennials are spending at restaurants, though, I mean, we all know takeout and delivery are much more common as compared to visiting those places. 30% of millennials are spending more online than previously to avoid shopping in person. And when it comes to the purchase of brands and products, more than half of millennials and Gen Z audience prefer the purchase of local brands, the value brands as we call, as opposed to the international ones. There's been a report by A.T. Kearney. A.T. Kearney is a renowned international consulting organization. The value of e-commerce market in India is expected to touch $40 billion by 2030, up from just $4 billion in 2019, which is almost 10 times jump in 10 years. This is apart from the internet user base, there are other factors also which are contributing to this. So the 4% of demand is today served by online channels, which will rise to 19%, which is a 5 times jump, which is going to create this $40 billion market. This thing. The expected number of internet users in India is expected to surpass.
Hello, Reddy. Hello.
Expected to surpass almost 1 billion users by 2026. And 1/3 of these are estimated to be active online users. There's been another report by Ericsson Consumer Lab, which states that Indians spend an average of 3.4 hours per day online. And I'm sure the younger population would be spending much more than that. This ties in with students as well as remote workforce. They spend an additional up to 3 hours for online classes or work. So 3.4 hours online for other things and 3 hours for online classes and work. On smartphones specifically, we are seeing consumption is 5 hours and 24 minutes per day. 46% users also spend time on e-learning platforms during the pandemic. So which is almost half of the users. General web browsing, which is around 90 minutes a day, 89 to be specific, and watching short or long video content, which is again around 92 minutes a day, also takes up a chunk of their time. Like what we mentioned, that consumption of media is increased in young people. That's where people are spending time on media. You know, these are the facts that marketers and the policymakers and people in industry must be 10 hours per week of online time and 2.4 more services to their daily online activities as they enter the next normal. It is believed globally by 64%, which is 2/3 of consumers, that by 2025, the general stress level in their country will be much higher than it is at this time. Before pandemic, online shopping accounted for around 34% of all consumer products globally. During pandemic, this has increased from 34% to 53%, which is almost 1.5 times of what it used to be there. You know, what does it augur for us? What does all these statistics which we have been talking about this thing? I mean, before we get into that, there's another important statistic about gaming. So mobile gaming has witnessed a 70% growth in unique users from July 2020 to April 2021. 49% women started playing mobile games during pandemic, which is almost, this is a report which has been published by InMobi. InMobi is a online advertising company. Now, what do all these statistics augur for us? Some of the questions which we need to ask ourselves before drawing up strategies. How should the brand's vision, I mean, marketing is strengthening the brand, right? How should the brand's vision and strategy be adopted to emerging trends and customer demands? How well do we know our customers at a meaningful segment level? What analytics capabilities do we have, not only to identify opportunities, but to act on them quickly? For example, how can personalization drive the next order of customer experience in an increasingly borderless environment? So, for example, I'll give you, in the past, the television industrial economy had come in. You know, you develop products, advertise, and the sales will increase, and then you develop more products. Now, with the emergence of digital and social medias, one can pinpoint, and that's what all these leading companies, including ours, is doing. The amount of time and effort that we spend on advertising and building our brand and marketing on digital media is much more than what was usually there on television, because television is across the board. You know, I mean, if you have to sell a motorbike to a student population, why are you showing to a population which is not the target customer? These are the things that we are able to control on social media and digital media. By age, by geography, by gender, we are all specifying that the target. So that's how we find that the bang for buck is much more these days in digital and social media. So the next point is that which channels and messages are more effective in reaching out and influencing customers across their decision journey? How can the prices, products, and services be customized to changing needs? For example, a price which is offered to person A could be different to person B in terms of discounts and promotions, you know, depending on this thing. While in an offline environment, that's not possible. How will our organization and operating models need to change to be quick and flexible enough to meet consumers when they are going to be? So, you know, all these things are bringing a change in how marketing has to be looked at in this COVID environment. So driving innovation and growth in a post-pandemic economy will require the entire organization, not just the people who are focused on marketing or customer focus, to focus around experience and ensure all aspects of operations, including marketing, sales, innovation, R&D, customer service, and understand new customer motivation. So there are 5 distinct areas which are increasingly driving consumers' purchasing decision. First one, extend beyond price and quality to include health and safety. Health and safety are increasingly becoming more prominent. service and personal care, ease and convenience, product origin, trust and reputation. In this time, trust and reputation have drastically increased their valuation. So these 5 factors, which have been historically important to the specific demographic groups of Gen Z and millennials, have now hit a tipping point and are now considered critical across the full breadth of consumer demographics. Marketers now need a new playbook to succeed in the COVID-19 altered market strategy and insights, creative and content, media and channel activation, also in terms of customer experience and personalization, measurement and MRI, product and pricing, the different parameters which are coming up in this new normal. So organization design, culture, agility, the way of working, talent and adjacent management, data and technology, everything has to change, undergo a change in this normal, which is actually good for all of us. Understanding the objectives, changing times and employee needs, and that's how organizations are able to develop strong brand and navigate the crisis seamlessly. The last thing that I want to bring to all of you people is that the future will undoubtedly belong to resilient enterprises that are able to constantly build responsible competitiveness and are thus able to respond comprehensively to an ever-changing context and emerging even stronger from volatility. So folks, this new normal is going to be here. Work from, like what we're discussing, from physical environment to hybrid environment to digital environment, we are seeing different situations, and this is going to continue for next quarters, maybe next few months, or could be a few years as well. The resilient organizations are the ones who are going to be adopting to these and making the best of these. And I'm sure all of you people, the budding managers, would be able to take this into stride. So all the best, folks. Good luck to all of you, and enjoy the rest of the sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your informative session. Definitely, our participants enjoyed your session, sir. And we look forward this type of sessions from you in the future, sir.
Mr. Ajay Arora, thank you very much for being as a guest during the conference. I'm very, very happy to see you. Thanks for sparing your valuable time.
Thank you very much.
Very informative session. Professor
You.
Nandakumar is there, Balaji.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir is there, sir.
Yeah, they joined.
Sir, Mithleswar Jha also joined, sir.
Oh, yes. Welcome, welcome. Professor Jha, I'm not seeing him.
Sir is there, sir.
Okay. No, let Professor Nandakumar address briefly and any paper presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
After that, in the validity session, Professor Mithleswar Jha will address. Okay.
Sir, now we are having vote of thanks for the current session, sir.
Continue.
Yes, sir. So I thank all the distinguished speakers for the panel discussion earlier, for giving their valuable experience in the recent insights in marketing. Thank you all once again. Now it's a time to vote of thanks. Good afternoon to all. As all good things come to an end in life, so I take opportunity to propose vote of thanks to those who have directly or indirectly contributed to this 3-day online international marketing conclave. At this outset, I thank our resource persons, Professor Dhananjay Kumar Singh, sir from IIT Hyderabad, Mr. Venugopal Gupta, sir from HAL, and IC Gupta, sir, ex-Dean and Management Tourism from DA University, Indore, and Mr. Ajay Arora, sir, Associate Vice President, Strategic Planning and Projects, Hero Enterprise, for sharing their thought-provoking and informative session to us. We are really enlightened with your knowledge, sir. We express our gratitude to our Chairman, Dr. M. Mohan Babu Garu, and CEO Manchu Vishnu Garu for their motivation I would like to thank our director, Professor P. Narayana Reddy Garu, for his enthusiastic support, without whom this event will not be successful. With these warm words, and kind message, we move to the next technical session. Now I request Dr. Karim sir, Associate Professor of MBA Department, Sri Vidyanika Institute of Management, to take over technical session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Balaji, sir. So, good afternoon to all. Welcome to the technical session. Respected Director, sir, Professor P. Narayana Reddy, Professor Dhananjay Kumar Singh, Venugopal Gupta, sir, Professor I.C. Gupta, sir, Ajay Arora, sir, and our Chairman for Technical Session 3, Professor Nandakumar Mekot, sir, Professor from Goa Institute of Management, faculty members of Sri Vidyaniketan Institute of Management, participants, everyone. Welcome to all to the Technical Session 3. Today, in this Technical Session 3, sir.
Karim sir.
Yes, sir.
Professor Shabbir Bhatt from Srinagar
so,
also joined. Welcome him.
So I also welcome Professor Shabbir Bhatt, sir, from University of Kashmir. So welcome to all to the technical session 3. Today we have 6 participants going to present their process. For that we have Professor Nandakumar Mekot, who is going to be chairman for the technical session. Sir, we are very privileged to have you. Before that, I would like to introduce our chairman for the technical session, Professor Nandakumar, sir. Professor Nandakumar is currently working as a professor in Goa Institute of Management. He is also chair of doctoral program PhD. He has done his PhD from University of Calicut and he has done his FDP from IIM Ahmedabad. Sir, Professor Nandakumar has more than 32 years of PG teaching and research experience. His area of specialization is in marketing, services marketing, and consumer behavior. So we are very privileged to have you, sir. Professor Nandakumar has published nationally and internationally. He has published, attended various conferences in universities in Italy, Switzerland, and etc. And he has guided several PhD students and MPhil students. And currently he is guiding several doctoral students at the Department of Management Studies, Goa University. So it's a privilege to have you, sir, for this session. And I request Professor Nandakumar, sir, to address the gathering. Nandakumar, sir. Hello.
Sir, you are muted, sir.
Muted, sir. Nandakumar, sir, please.
Hi, thank you, Professor Karim. Thank you very much for those kind words, and I'm happy to see you all. Thanks, and good evening to Professor Mithileshwar Jha, sir, and you have been there with me once in Goa University for one of my PhD students. Nice to meet you, sir, here again, and Professor Narayana Reddy, thank you very much. So for giving me this opportunity, I don't have a detailed speech, whatever. I have not thought of it, but I can speak a little bit about how things have changed. Because one of the things, when you think about research, the major thing is that when you think about the new normal, the major thing is that people are going to be online, whether it is shopping or gaming or social media or whatever it is. They have been trained, and now even education in that sense, we are all teaching online. We have online education and students are learning online. So I think in that sense, online is going to be the new norm, and the connectivity will increase, and a lot of people will buy new mobile phones, and it will be a big change. And even after the pandemic is over, I think a lot of things will remain online. So that will be a major change in terms of what is going to happen. There are other changes, like, for example, the economy has contracted. So KPMG and all giving figures like it has contracted by 24% or something like that. So there is going to be less spending, and a lot of people have lost a job. That is a very important thing. Many people have lost jobs, And also a lot of salary cuts were there, and it has affected the people at the bottom level too much, like rather than the people who are with fixed income. And I think also particularly it has affected small businesses, micro, small and medium businesses. It has affected women more than men. I have read somewhere that there was some time in about 100 years or so, women are going to be at par with women. The gender parity will come. Now, after the pandemic, it has been pushed to 135 years or something like that. So gender parity, gender equality has become a remote dream now. So there are a lot of things happening like that, and work from home is going to be a norm. Recently, I read that TCS has called people back to office, but nevertheless, I think a lot of people will be working from home in new normal as well. And I am staying in Goa. So many people who are working from home are working from Goa now. The other day I was traveling in a train and we met some students, some not students, some people in the train, and they were telling we are going to Goa. We were also actually going to Goa. And where are you staying? We are staying in Seoul. And we asked, what are you doing in Goa? We are working from Goa now. It is working from home. So we have hired homes in Goa and we are working. So many people, that will become a new form of tourism now. People will stay for a long time in their preferred places. And so these kinds of changes are going to come. So I am going to address the first thing is that what is the implication of being digital or being online? So that is a major thing. So that is accelerating one of the implications in terms of research, because the data that whenever you are online, whenever you are using a device, whenever you are online, you are creating data, you are logging on to something, a mobile or into a website, or you are sending an email, or you are purchasing something, you go to a site and click something, you are creating data. So more and more this big data or behavioral data, what you actually do rather than your attitudinally measured data, something like through a questionnaire, that is going to become more and more relevant. This trend was already there. So big data and analytics, AI and ML, that was catching on in a big way, but this is going to be all the more pronounced in the coming future because of digital, more and more people becoming digital and online. So that will change the way the research is being done. The research is being done. More and more behavioral, actual kind of data is going to be used. And that in turn will accelerate or enhance the use of technology, in the sense artificial intelligence and even maybe ML or deep learning, and those kinds of techniques and those kinds of technologies will get more and more used in research. And it will be big data and programming and things like that. That is going to come in a big way. And even in businesses, these recommendations and things like that are going to become, because recently I read somewhere that Amazon is generating around 30% of its sales through recommendations. So this is a big change, and that will change even the authenticity of the data being collected, because it's a digital imprint or something which cannot be altered. And like when you speak about blockchain and all, which is authentic in terms that something that cannot be altered very easily. So data is going to become more and more authentic in terms of what you are getting from real-time data is going to become more and more authentic. And also the reliability of data, use of technology, and predictive analytics is going to come in a big way in predicting. So these are the areas, and research more and more will become technology oriented. And for example, if we want today tourists, for example, in Goa, we don't have tourists. You want to go and do a tourism. Some of our students who are supposed to meet tourists and serve questionnaires to them are not able to do that right now. So these kinds of changes are also there. Some of the industries are affected badly. Tourists are not there. So these are the changes broadly which I could think of in terms of research. So it is going to be an opportunity. At the same time, it is going to be challenging also for the researchers, since the technology is being used in a big way. and analytics and many things are coming. Qualitative research also, syndicated research is little bit on the back foot now because you cannot believe whatever is happening right now cannot be generalized or it cannot be. So there is less demand for that. Qualitative research, I do not know. A lot of companies do ethnography, and now if you want to observe a person in this condition, you go home and you want to do a study. Observing a family or observing a person at home may be difficult, I feel. So these are the kinds of changes that is taking place because of this. So in a big way, I think this online, what people are going to be online is going to affect the way the research is being done now, and no more we cannot do the kind of studies we were doing earlier. So that's all from my side, and I am very thankful. I wish all the best to all the participants, and I'm very happy to be here. So,
thank you very much, sir, for your valuable address. Now I request Professor Shabir Ahmed Bhatt, one more guest is there, from University of Kashmir. So, sir, kindly address the participants and everyone. Please, sir.
Padmashri and the chief patron of this 3-day international marketing conclave, Dr. M. Mohan Babu, Shri Vishnu Manchu, CEO, Shri Educational Trust, and Professor Narayana Reddy, my dear friend and a colleague with whom my academic interaction is spread on more than 2 decades. It's indeed a privilege and a pleasure to be a part of this 3-day international marketing conclave, and have had an opportunity of briefly listening to some of my colleagues for the last 1 hour. At the very outset, I must say that I was supposed to hear a technical session yesterday, but due to the internet blockade, because I come from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, I am located in Srinagar, and due to some unfortunate event, there has been an internet blockade for the last 3 days, and it wasn't possible for me to listen to my colleagues, to the words of wisdom, and to be a part of this international program. But I'm glad finally the internet was restored this morning, and I have an opportunity of sharing some of my perspective briefly with all of you. And I'm grateful to Professor Narayana Reddy for giving me this opportunity to share, briefly my perspective about what has been going on for the last 2 years. As you have heard briefly, from one of the professors just few minutes back, that from new normal to the next normal, we have already moved. I understand due to the surge of COVID-19, it has been an unprecedented challenge for all of us, for academic institutions, for marketers, for the industry as a whole. The entire world has been going through crisis, and it has not been easy for any one of us. But at the same time, as an academic, as a student of management, I believe there have been a lot of lessons, and we have learned a lot of things. And I think India as a country has emerged when it comes to technology, moving to digital platforms, pushing the industry on all fronts, and also motivating academia and industry, bringing all the people together, which was otherwise, impossible, and to connect with the globe all across. And we have also, on a personal note, I think, realized how important it is to connect with all of us, and how important it is for all the academic institutions across the globe, across the country, to work with each other. And because I don't think any academic institution can grow and can prosper in isolation, and that is true, about the countries and about the industry as well. Ladies and gentlemen, what I see that during these several months of lockdown and self-isolation, I think all of us in our own individual capacities, individually and collectively, have been writing a new future, as you have heard, moving to the next normal. And this 3 days conclave has enormous important, I would say, implications for marketers, for academia, for the scholars, who are trying to build lasting relationships with the customers and trying to cruise through this difficult time. Given the unprecedented nature of the pandemic and the profound change it has caused, it is believed that harnessing imagination, creativity, and innovation may be just as critical. Academia, industry, and marketers will need to think differently about what the consumers in their next normal, I would use the word now, will think, how they're going to behave, what they're going to feel and say, and how they're going to respond to our strategies, to our programs, and to what we're going to offer them. Because we are all operating in a new space, what we call a digital space, where the preferences have changed, distances have shrunk. According to McKinsey's survey, which I would like to share here, consumers are trying to do digital and reduce constant ways of accessing products and services. Social commerce is also on the rise, and 34% people, they say, have shopped on Instagram based on influencer recommendations. Given COVID-19, people are now increasingly buying online. They expect to perform other tasks and access services as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this shift is likely to stick, whether we like it or not. And this new normal is going to be a part of us. This is what the life seems to be. To a large extent, simply because e-commerce is often more efficient and of course, less expensive. And so far, the customers than shopping offline. Their ongoing consumer survey, or rather sentiment, also confirms that customers throughout the world instantly increased their share of online shopping across many categories. Marketers shall have to think about how to manage new wave of data and how to deal with new customer preferences. Analytics will need to play a core role, because I'm sure most of my colleagues who are right now connected with us in a digital mode across the globe, across the country, know it very well, that the analytics will need to play a core role, not only on tracking consumer preferences and behaviors at increasingly granular levels, but has also be able to respond rapidly to new opportunities. But apart from responding to new opportunities, I believe there are threats as well, which we need to be aware of. Marketers will need to think through much broader range of shopping experiences, which will require greater coordination with sales and operation teams across the business. The surge of COVID-19 has caused unprecedented challenges to consumers' brand loyalty as well, which needs greater attention. So as an academic and most of my colleagues as professors, I would also like to say, put across that in this kind of next normal or a new normal, new situation, academic institutions of higher learning, be it engineering, be it technology, be it management, be it medicine, be it pharmacology, I would say all across the globe, all these challenges, the demands of this next normal entail upon the universities and the academic institutions of higher learning to adopt a more aggressive approach for the implementation of innovative policies and strategies and the plans in the field of now in this new education. I have been writing a lot, publishing about about COVID and how academia and the challenges of academia are going to change and what are the demands of this new normal. So I believe that institutions higher learning as a neutral ground for the exchange of ideas has to provide appropriately unique setting for beginning this dialogue. Why I call it a dialogue? Because this is something which is being debated all across the globe. People from industry and academia are discussing and talking about it, because by now we have all realized that this is a new normal and we need to have new strategies and the new plans, to cruise through and to emerge successful, rather much stronger, so that we can contribute to Atmanirbhar Bharat, we can contribute, at our local and at our national level, but simultaneously compete with the companies, with the products and the services that are flowing from all across the globe in this new digital world. It also, I think, as an academic, it presents an opportunity to demonstrate how a modern academic institution can serve also as a co-producer of knowledge, creating partnerships and relationships with the other institutions of learning, because there are institutions who have enormous strength. There are institutions who have been able to, even in this, like, I mean, electronic commerce business, Amazon, have been able to get the best even out of this difficult situation. But there are institutions who have crumbled, have not been able to do well. So it's important to connect and to create relationships and partnerships so that we can, all of us join together to provide better services and be able to compete and deliver. So towards this goal, I think it implies, a much more dynamic and integrated relationship between the academia and the community and the other, NGOs. And it also presents a challenge for both global and national institutions as they approach this new or the next normal in a very unique and positive way. And we need to develop a framework that facilitates this competitive mode of excellence. And once again, I know there are other speakers lined up. I wish I had an opportunity to go much deeper into it, but I hope that next time I will have an opportunity to be a part of some other program and the situation at that time be normal here. But I'm very, very grateful to Professor Narayana Reddy, for letting me chip in and for giving me an opportunity at least to speak a few words on this occasion. Listen to my other brilliant, esteemed colleagues, brilliant professors who have enormous experience and have largely contributed, in their respective fields. Thank you so much, Professor Narayana Reddy and my other colleagues, for giving me a patient hearing. Thank you for being with you, for a few minutes. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us with your valuable speech.
Thank you.
Now it's time for paper presentation.
Thank
you. So we have 6 participants. And may I know, Chinnappa, Professor, sir, are you ready, sir?
I'm already on the board.
Sir, yes, sir. You can start yourself.
First of all, very good afternoon, because I represent from Ivanage Valankishi State University of Georgia. It's a very warm afternoon over here. I have been on the scheduled time quite long before. So, first of all, to all the people on the board, we have around 89 people on the board. I wish everybody a good evening in the wonderful country of India. I'm from the God's own country right now, addressing everybody on the holy temple town. I thank the Honorable Member Board Management, Faculty, Fraternity of Sri Vidyaniketan Institute of Management Studies from the temple town. I request the Honorable Chair of the session and the moderator to give me an opportunity at this moment to present my paper. With due request, I present my paper on the track number 3 with serial number 1 being the participant me, Dr. Timaya Chinnappa Rayavanda. My title of the paper is Contemporary Issues on Eco-Friendly Consumerism. I request and I hand-foldedly request everybody to give me a minute of time wherein my share will be screened by the Honorable Professor there. So Professor, if I could get it on a full screen, that would be very fine of you, and I would thank you for that. Everybody, ladies and gentlemen on the panel, the wonderful point that we have as one of the objective or one of the title lines of this beautiful designed conference is reimagining marketing in the new normal. Well-learned professors, honorable chair of this session, and many people on the board where we had the interaction, where we had hearing of them in the last 2 days, and also on today, we heard about the new normal. The knowledge of marketing is like an ocean where I have chosen a small pebble, where I have brought about an influence or an impact with an objective on the contemporary issues of eco-friendly consumerism. When consumerism is spoken, people get confused with CRM. That's the normal. We need to, or I will be projecting upon the protection or the promotion of interests of the consumers in that. I have submitted the abstract which speaks about how environment has been exploited by the companies in number of ways to fulfill the objectives. When profit and wealth being the main objective of corporates, companies have a responsibility to compensate for the usage of this beautiful environment. Producing environmental friendly products and creating awareness among consumers is what I have taken from the ocean of CRM, from the ocean of consumerism, as a pebble where I have made an attempt to study and compare the attitudes of the male and female consumers in both the urban and the rural segments where dimensions of environmental friendly products, namely the raw materials, the production, the packing, in-use features and after-use features are taken into context. Projected on the screen, you find an introduction which says about my paper, where how essential is environment to mankind need not be briefed to the well-learned people on the board. Nature has been degraded by the activities undertaken by the company. Hence, responsibility of business world is to compensate for the harm that the company are causing to the environment. Challenges are there where we take the consumer's benefits and meeting organizational goals, while no discriminational environmental footprints on the planet are being imposed, where addressing the issue and playing their part of preserving the nature is one of the very important aspects. We should not take about the world which is for today. The next norm is for the next generation. That's I believe upon. Producing environmental friendly products is indeed one of the ways to conserve environment, where you use issues related to it in a much easy life cycle. I request the panel to go for the next slide, please, where I would be taking the assistance, where I have briefed about manufacturing is the phase where product life cycle, where transformation from raw material stage takes place, where usage of materials should be minimized and the production process should be very efficient, energy consumption, wastage handling, toxic release should all be well mannered. Going with the next slide, please. We have this phase where I have derived certain objectives of my study. My study attempts on examining the attitude of consumers towards the environmental friendly products. More specifically, the main objective to pen down this is to study and compare the attitudes of both the segment of the people from the urban and the rural towards an environmental friendly products. Going with the requesting for the next slide over there, we have a review of literature being brought where I have put forth about various references, including one of my paper, where I have taken the attitudinal and behavioral analysis on Indian consumers regarding environmental issues. Requesting for the next slide, I have put forth the material and methods that I have followed, where the sample is of 400 respondents. 100 in each segment, covering the whole of Independent Democratic Alliance, that is India, the beautiful country, Delhi, Chandigarh, and rural places of Hisar, that is Haryana. Binola from Haryana and Punjab part has been taken because I am into various universities as part-time and visiting fraternity also, where each stages have been taken, where 243 male respondents and 157 female respondents were taken, included in the sample. I request for the next, where I have drawn the gender and residential status-wise standard deviation and sample, where we have done implications of methodologies. I request for the next, where we have put forth the result showing that the male and female have similar attitudes towards raw materials of environmental friendly products, where non-significant factors have been analyzed through the F ratio, where it's significant, where urban people have more positive attitude towards raw material usage and the ingredients of environmental friendly product. Because we found in our study that they are aware about protecting the beautiful world. Ingredients towards the product, the interactive effect, which has yielded us in getting it into result analysis. Requesting for the next, I would bring about where very clearly we have brought the table number 2, which says about the measures in the attitude towards after use features of environmental friendly products, which is a main source of variation, that is in significance of gender to a 4.22 or 22 represented, where favorable attitudes towards after use features of environmental friendly products as compared to males, where awareness with the females is more and impacting is minimized and adverse effects can be reduced. Requesting for the next slide. We have brought this would be much lesser visible. I'm sorry for the technical hinge there. I request for the last slide there, keeping time framework into consideration. The urban people are more conscious about raw materials, packing, and after-use features of environmental friendly products. The reason may be that urban people get greater exposure towards the happenings of the world. Urban people encounter with environmental problems as compared to the rural counterpart. It is revealed that it not only significant difference in attitudes, gender-wise, people expect after-use features of environmental friendly products. Putting a last word on this, people residing in the urban areas have more knowledge towards environmental friendly products. Thanking the honorable panel for sharing the screen and taking a technical hinge to be avoided. I thank the organizers and all the member board, each and every person, the part and parcel. I thank everybody by saying a namaste. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. So I request to Professor Nandakumar sir to say something. Sir, Professor Nandakumar sir. Okay, so I request to next.
Thank you.
I have a problem in unmuting. That is why. Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. We are able to hear.
Dr. Kumar here. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Chinnappa. That was a wonderful presentation, and you have actually brought out the need for eco-friendly, environment-friendly products, and the need to think about tomorrow, and the need to think about the next generation, and the analysis that you have made by comparing the urban as well as rural residents and also male versus females gives very good insights. So this is an attitudinal study. And how did you conduct the study? Was it a questionnaire study or?
Yes, sir. Basically, this study was quite long duration, Professor, because I am in the British soil from 12 years and Indian Mungal University, Tarak University in Gurugram, and we are a bunch of people who have been brought together through Survey Monkey and all these panels, physical as well as non-physical method of survey method.
Okay, I think, thank you very much. If audience have any questions, then we can take one question.
So
otherwise, we move on to the next paper if there are no questions.
I request G. Rakesh Naidu, Assistant Professor.
Of this conference.
Sir, are you there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You can present, sir.
So, a small request from my side. Can you enable the sharing the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Good evening, everyone. This is Rakesh, representing Department of Management Studies from Sri Venkateswara College of Engineering and Technology. Am I audible, sir?
Clearly audible and visible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Today, I would like to share my views on this particular topic, building brands and prices, and how marketers can see an opportunity in building a brand during this particular COVID-19 period. When coming into this particular brand building, we have seen how COVID has affected all sorts of life and how the consumers live, think, and buy a product. And what brands are doing actually in this particular pandemic period, if we can look at this, a McDonald's, it shows a kind of empathy towards its customers. And it also says a message during this particular pandemic period to keep safe distance. And this is how McDonald's, being a top preferred brand, identified the need for the people and communicates in such a way that it bridges the connect between the brand and the consumer. And now I'll move on to this. I know why a brand has to be trusted, because it is a very vital element in the entire process of the journey that a brand and the customer has. And companies must give utmost importance in managing the brands by building a strong connect between brand and the consumer. Because in order to have a long-term relationship with a customer, in order to have a sustainable businesses, a brand should get connected with a user, the consumer. When coming to the managing a brand, it has two categories predominantly, which are tangible elements and intangible elements. Right? In a normal days, right? People will be bothered about more of tangible elements, like what the product itself is. But now, when the situation poses the challenges, now the marketers have to understand how the intangible elements, like creating a whole lot of experiences and offering a great value to the customers, and the level of trust that they can gain from the customers, will have a vital role in terms of getting a stronger connect with the brands. It is evident that yes, we have been facing an unpredictable and unstable situations in the business environment now, and we are forced to see all sorts of situations and face the even crisis which has been faced and experienced by all the businesses around the globe. And in this particular juncture, marketers tries to identify and adopt to certain strategies where the intangible elements, like whatever we have discussed earlier, believes that it strengthens the relationship between the consumer on the brand. As per a survey conducted by Deloitte with 1,000 respondents reveals that the trust is the influential element, most influential and emotional connect that makes and influences the buyers to be a brand loyal. So in this particular unprecedented times, the marketers have to identify how we can have a great connect with our consumers by gaining the most of the trust. And how we can build the trust, I will tell you, I will share in the next coming slides. The experiences offered by the brand and the usefulness of a product according to the individual needs was done by every marketer in a normal. But during a crisis like this, COVID-19 since 2020, how and in what way the brands or the marketers has to go ahead in order to identify or minimize the major effect that is being caused by the COVID. In this particular pandemic period, consumers often re-evaluate the purchase decisions because whether the brand speaks about or cares about their health, whether the brand cares about their promises made to the consumers, this becomes a major forces that make the consumer buy the product and use the products. If you look at this particular image, it says that before and after pandemic. In both the cases, Apple has its space have been occupied in the minds of the consumer. In what ways? Right? We have seen many other top brands like McDonald's or Coke or whatsoever in the entire world has faced challenges, and how this Apple has brought into the top position in the minds of the consumers on the basis of the fulfillment and the rituals and the value that they deliver to its customers. Right? If you can look at this particular slide, what is the fulfillment that Apple fulfills? It delivers what the consumers expect beyond the expectations. It makes a strong connect with the brand. And the other one is a ritual, right? Wherein it becomes a part and parcel of everyday life of a human being. And also then enhancement, what customers becomes better by using this particular brand. In all these senses, Apple has been the most preferred brand even before the pandemic and after the pandemic. So it suggests that a brand has to have these kind of elements in order to get a strong connect with the consumer, so that organizations doesn't face any kind of what I can say the changes that any kind of changes that might have resulted in collapse of that particular businesses. This particular image says that a coffee day is being very concerned about their customers. A lot can happen if you don't wear a mask. This is a message which is creatively designed in order to get connect with a user, right? If a user identifies this, if a consumer identifies this, it gets a sense of it gets a sense for a customer that a great connect can be happened with Coffee Day and a consumer who used to go and visit coffee shops. Even any other products like Dettol or Domino's or CRMs for that matter. They've been concentrating on sharing an element which makes them to get connected with a users. Now there comes another P which can be added to the 4 P's of marketing is a purpose. What is a purpose that a marketer can think upon is make a message around the social cause so that there can be a great connect between the brand and the user. You look at this Apple, Nike or Dove, they create a marketing which is centered around the basic idea of their product so that people will get connected with the brand easily. So how we can have a stronger brand relationship is it has to speak about the health and safety. The brand has to be responsible and it gets connected with the audience, and also it has to get connected with actions, what they speak. And how we can build a trust among the users for that particular brand during this COVID is to deliver what they mean how you can build the trust is it has to be a risk tolerant. It must be led by the values what it speaks about, and it should serve the purpose for which it has been built, and it has to get connected with the users so strongly, and the brand must be adaptable for any kind of situations. Often it has to experience a smooth customer experiences. There is no signs of return to the normal in future. It's been agreed by everybody around the world. So now the brand has to be positioned as a focal point in advertising campus so that it can create a customer loyalty and sustain the long-term brand relationship. So for this purpose of marketing, brands have identified that individuals are the first and not the benefit. And the companies whose profits are second and the individuals are first, people will get attracted to it and will have a strong connect with the brand. It has been evident by a service which has been done by Qualtrics. Organizations should respect that trust and loyalty by the consumers what they have, so that it can have a loyal customers for them to sustain for a longer period, even whatever the crisis that might affect their business routine. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I always feel grateful for Srividyaniketan for giving me this opportunity. And also I thank all the eminent speakers here for their valuable insights.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rakesh Naidu. And I think the presentation, it has given a very nice prescription for brand building and trust building during COVID-19. And we're speaking about the symbolic communications, which is appropriate for the pandemic period, and also the importance of intangible elements and the emotional connect. So if the audience have any questions, we are open. One or two questions we can take.
Sir, is it audible, sir?
Yeah, hi, yeah.
So it's not related, sir. Due to time constraint, a small change is there, sir. We will continue this presentation after Mitlesh have address, sir. So audience.
Okay.
Because sir is time constraint is there, so we will have session by Professor Mitlesh Varja. Then we will continue, sir. 2 or 3%, sir. So
Okay. Welcome, sir.
Christina, madam.
Karim, sir, should I start?
Yes, madam. You can start, madam.
Don't ask yourself what the world needs. Ask yourself what makes you come alive. And then go and do that, because what the world needs is people who have come alive. To improve the golden moment of opportunity and catch the good that is in our reach is the great art of life. A very warm good evening, galaxy of intellectuals, invited guests, professors, faculty members, and my dear students. I'm Dr. Joyce, Associate Professor, Srividyaniketan Institute of Management. It is a matter of immense pride to be a part of the conference. On behalf of the institution, we are delighted to offer a gracious welcome to all for 3 days online international marketing conclave on reimagining marketing in the new normal. True leaders don't create followers, they create more leaders. It is all about our beloved director, Professor P. Narayana Reddy. He is always encouraging and motivating each and every faculty member for doing great things. The success of this conference would not have been possible without you, sir. Gracious and glorious greetings to you, sir. Nothing great will be achieved without great men, and men are only great if they are determined to do so. On behalf of Srividyaniketan Institute of Management, I consider it a privilege to welcome the chief guest of today's valedictory session, Professor Emeritus Mithileshwar Jha, IIM Bangalore. Sir, your presence is indeed a source of motivation. We look forward to your valedictory address today. Thank you for being with us today, sir. I welcome each and every participant present over in this session. Now I request Dr. M. Ramarao, Assistant Professor, Sri Vidyaniketan Institute of Management, to present Rapporteur's report. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Joyce, for giving me an opportunity to give a report on this 3 days international e-conference. I, Dr. Ramarao, Associate Professor of Sri Vidyaniketan Institute of Management, greets all of you a very good evening. Respected dignitaries, invitees, the delegates of the conference, and my dear friends. I have made a sincere efforts to consolidate the gist of presentations and the interactions of the 3-day international e-conference on reimagining marketing into new normal, organized by Sri Vidyaniketan Institute of Management, Holy City of Tirupati, with an objective of explicit, in detailed opinions, views from various scholars with various sub-themes. We started a conference with a main theme of knowing what are the new challenges and what are the outcomes and the implications of these new challenges in the COVID-19. Many of the participants are presenting their papers in various sub-themes of the conference, like trends in consumer behavior, online marketing environment, marketing analytics, healthcare marketing, or some of the important sub-themes of current conference. In this international conference, we received overwhelming response with over 100 delegates participating in this conference. The first day of the conference started on 2nd September. The beginning of the session, the beginning of the conference, the opening remarks given by Professor P. Narayana Reddy, elaborately discussing the need and importance of new marketing environment in the coming next normal life. The first inaugural address by chief guest, Professor Tapan Kumar Panda, Director of NMMS University, Hyderabad, explains the face of today's marketing. He advocated some of the inputs, the thinking pattern of new marketeers or the bedding managers, like the participants of today's conference. He emphasizing on critical thinking and storytelling in order to promote goods and services. On the same day, Ms. Rima Kundanani, board advisor of Cell2, is advocating many aspects of challenges of marketing. Like she focused on explaining what is the necessity of adaptability, flexibility, proactive nature, with realistic examples which are going on in current marketing scenario. The first technical session was chaired by Professor T. Srinivas, professor from Yogi Vemana University of Kadapa. He enlightened and he's giving some remarks to all the participants who gave their presentations on various issues like digital marketing, consumer behavior, and so on. The second day starts with two different panel discussions chaired by Dr. G.P. Sudhakar, Center for Educational and Social Studies, Bangalore, and the keynote speakers are Sandeep Bidraj. And the second panel discussion is chaired by Professor Vinod Kumar Singh. And the panel speakers like Sridhar Chakravarti, Sunil Sahadev are imbibing the knowledge to the students on various current aspects of marketing. And third day, that is the final day today, the panel discussions chaired by Professor Dhananjay Kumar Singh, IIT Hyderabad, Mr. Venugopal Gupta, ex-General Manager, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, and Professor I.C. Gupta, ex-Dean of Management Tourism, University of Indore, and Mr. Ajay Arora, Vice President of Hero Limited, and Professor Nandakumar is chairing the technical session, and Professor Shabir Bhatt from Kashmir University is also enlightening the students and the participants with their inherent views on current trends of marketing. So I hope that, the conclusion of, one second, in order to conclude, this conference was indeed a memorable event, and I sincerely acknowledge the hard work and efforts of organizing team comprising Professor P. Narayana Reddy and the other team members. I also take this opportunity to thank all the chairpersons, authors of the papers, and delegates of the conference, chairs, and the other the delegates from various locations. With this, I just want to conclude my report of today's, the proceedings of the event. I thank you all, and I hope that we are going to listen to great Professor Mithilesh Jha as a valedictory address. Over to Dr. Joyce Swarnalatha. Thank you all.
Sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Ms. Christina Mary Alexander, Assistant Professor, Sri Vidyaniketan Institute of Management, to introduce today's valedictory session chief guest, Professor Emeritus Mithilesh Jha, IIM Bangalore. Over to you, Christina.
I deem it a privilege to introduce Professor Mithilesh Jha. Mithilesh Jha retired as a Professor of Marketing from Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. He held several positions in his capacities as Dean Academic at Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, Escortal CRM Chair, Pro Vice Chancellor of Jain University. He has also been a visiting professor at European Business School, Paris, France, and Gothenburg University, Sweden. In a career spanning more than 3 decades, Professor Jha has contributed to national level policy making in the areas of public distribution system, handlooms, and biogas. Professor Jha has published a number of articles in leading Indian journals and has developed about a dozen cases. He has co-authored Marketing Management 14th edition, a South Indian perspective, published in 2012 by Pearson Education with Philip Kotler, Kevin L. Keller, and Abraham Koshi. He was also a co-author in the 12th and 13th editions of this globally acclaimed text. He has also contributed 3 chapters in Culturally Adapted Social Marketing Manual with Dr. T. Scarlett Epstein of UK. The book has been published by Sage India in the year 1999. He has chaired several doctoral dissertation committees. Professor Jha has consulted with international agencies like Swiss Agency for Development Corporation, North, and Canadian Hunger Foundation. He has conducted training programs, consulted with organizations like Prism Industries, HMD Limited, Indian Telephone Industries Limited, BPO, Siemens India, Reliance Industries, Ranbaxy, Berger Paints, Government of India, among several others. He was a member of working group on public distribution system of Planning Commission, Government of India, set up to develop 8 plan strategies during 1988-89. He has also been the board of IIM Bangalore, IIM Lucknow, and Gandhi Peace Center. He is currently at the board of Lajpat Rai Society, Center for Advanced Education, IMT Ghaziabad, and Chairman, Board of Governors of IMT, Hyderabad. He is a life member of Rural Marketing Association of India. We are fortunate to have you with us today, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Christina. Now I request the chief guest, Professor Emeritus Mithilesh Jha, to deliver the most awaited speech. Please, sir.
Can I put my PPT on, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you can.
You need to give me permission.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can carry on, sir.
Dr. Narayana Reddy, dear delegates, faculty members of the Institute, students, and other participants. Yes, I was listening to some of the presentations. I could not get the whole conference, but yes, I had a glimpse of what has happened, and I particularly like the title. But before I get into my address, just one correction by, not by Professor Alexander, but the Dr. Joyce. You need to correct, and I think it's also come somewhere in the brochure. I'm not Professor Emeritus, that of IIM Bangalore. I'm a retired professor. I can think of only one Professor Emeritus that IIM Bangalore had, and that was Professor M.R. Rao, who later on became Dean of ISB. Okay. So with that correction, I have deliberately titled it Responsible Marketing in Our Context, an Appeal for Introspection, because I like the title. Reinventing has been used quite a few times. So reimagining, to my mind, is a requirement. And I have been an advocate of this even prior to COVID, because somewhere I thought that we are not going in the right direction in this country. Because it's a proper conference, so I'm beginning with defining just two terms that I am using. And I will spend some time on what I understand as characteristics of our market, because when we say in our context, so what is that context that one is talking about? And then I will spend time on issues of responsibility and sustainability and its implications. That's the basic thing, and I will try to cover this as fast as possible. Let me express before I go further, I have reservations about terms like bottom of pyramid, emerging economy, and in certain forums I have spoken about it. The reason is very simple. In my understanding, at the bottom of the pyramid, you have dead bodies of some of the biggest exploiters of the world. Here we are talking about a very live, in my understanding, in this country. Poor are the saving grace. Not that I have to glorify poverty, but somewhere I find that people will wealth move along with long faces, COVID or no COVID. And if you go to travel areas in this country, if you go to slums, despite facing all kinds of odds, they do not know from where next day's income will come. But if I am able to, fulfill my today's requirement, I'm enjoying life. And to my mind, that is life that one has to live, rather than always being worried about dearness allowance and where from next consulting assignment will come. So rather than calling our economy as emerging economy, because problem with these is some NRI professor or some Western professor coins this term, and we start glorifying it and we start having conferences on it. Emerging economy to me gives a signal that we have emerged, you are yet to emerge, right? So when we talk about, fifth largest economy going to be third largest economy after certain years and all that, and then we are still emerging. And if you look at the numbers that we have, even if 10% of India is in the consumption mode or 30% of India is in the consumption mode, it exceeds the complete European population. So one has to be slightly more careful in using those terms, but that's not the theme that we are working on. So I call it high potential economy. We are yet to realize our potential. These are aspirational markets, youth dominated, outside North America and Western Europe. That's how I define our market, and I will proceed. Responsible management and marketing I deliberately use because marketing is an integral part of management, and all that I'm talking about is not just limited to marketing. One has to look at the strategic part of it, and marketing has a major role to play there. Basically, I'm saying management and marketing that promotes sustainable consumption business and other public policies and practices which promotes equity, harmony, happiness, reduces wastage, and delays our collective self-destruction and annihilation. I was searching for several years back, somewhere around 98, 99, I read an article and it lived in the memory. Unfortunately, I lost that paper, but I kept my notes. Scandinavian economist had made a beautiful statement in one of his papers or her papers in 98, 99. The statement was, I dread the day India and China will achieve the consumption standard, half the consumption standards of US. This world may be destroyed. So much of wasteful consumption, and after that, this wasteful consumption has only gone up in the last 21, 22 years. And some of us are blindly copying that. So I'm suggesting caution. Number two, I did my PhD on customer satisfaction. But as I progressed, I realized that satisfaction is a slightly unstable temporary phenomena. Satisfaction can be manipulated, and which companies do, which professors do, and a whole lot of other people do. Happiness has a long-term thing to it. So these are constructs that one needs to look at. And later on, I will expand quickly on this, that yes, I am for equity. That means equality of opportunity. Equality, no, because equality per se, to my mind, doesn't exist in even justice principles. All of us are not equal on various fronts. So yes, capabilities have to be created. Equity is a must. Transparency is a must. Fairness is a must. Justice is a must. But equality, there are issues. I'm working on something on this responsible marketing in COVID times, and I'm just touching upon one theme in this. So this is a time of high uncertainty. Everybody talked. That's what I took as the new normal. Black swan moment, whatever you call that. Uncertainty leads to anxiety. And I just, while I was developing this presentation, I was reminded, again, from memory, I'm getting into 1941 or so, Journal of Marketing had a beautiful paper with this title, Generalizing from Sample Size of One. Very briefly, the context was, world had gone through, and US and Europe was going through a Great Depression, 29 to that 44 kind of a period. Somewhere around late 30s, one of these professors of marketing was conducting a survey. What happens, how customers in US cope with, or certain cities of US, that was the sample universe, cope with loss of job, uncertainty, one doesn't know the future, things like that, and the so-called stagflation. One of the interviewers reported to this professor a very interesting phenomenon. That's how he coined the title of that paper, Generalizing from Sample Size of One. This lady said that, Professor, ladies who committed to come to this mall and give the interview, they have maintained their commitment, but 3 gents so far have not turned up, or some of them turned up late. By that time, I already had entertained the next person. So I had to say sorry to them, and they were not willing to wait. Now, this one information led to this person's development of a hypothesis. He thought over it, and he came out with a very interesting hypothesis. He said that maybe, and at that time, ladies in US were also mostly homemakers. So he says, my hypothesis was, homemakers have a time fix for everything. In the morning, they have to get up, prepare themselves, prepare their children, leave them to the school bus, prepare breakfast before that, then prepare something for husband to go to office, then clean the clothes, clean the house, take bath. So everything normally for 16, 18 hours is budgeted and timings are fixed. Men follow timing, and Americans are known for their punctuality. even at that time, they were punctual, or more punctual, I should say. When they lose job, they lose the sense of time. And through research, he proved that. So one of the things that happens when you are facing uncertainty is when you lose job, there are certain anxieties that happen, and that results in certain ways of reacting. So I'm just taking again one of the things in that. Anxious mind leads us to, this is my hypothesis, rumor mongering. And this is not a hypothesis, there's a lot of research on this. The whole principle of cognitive dissonance has come from this. So I'm not going to spend time on that. So whole lot of rumors during COVID time happened, and lots of psychologists have studied this phenomena, marketers have studied this phenomena. I will say our response, means policymakers and bureaucrats and even some academics who were helping the government, ambivalent. I will not say more. We also, it leads to extreme behaviors. So there are people who isolate themselves that you can see. They simply disconnect. And there are people who go for collective action. So mob tendency also comes. So these are two extremes. Self-seeking behavior, that means greed, to generosity. Both these one can see. Housing societies in the first wave I am talking about, which were not allowing so-called frontline workers, doctors and nurses to enter. I mean, my God, what can be worse than this, and worse greedy behavior and self-serving behavior? That you go to a doctor, if you know somebody in a hospital, you feel so grateful. And the same person, because he or she is treating COVID, which was a great task and great humanitarian achievement, you don't allow them to come home. And some of these people were not even able to see their children, their old parents. I mean, what can be more abnormal behavior than this? And yes, we also saw generosity when millions of workers losing their job, or so-called migrant workers were moving back to their home. There were also tragedies. Extreme short-term orientation to extreme future concerns. Basically, and I'm not expanding on this because we have limited time. Extreme short-term orientation is many of our decisions become survival focused. What do I need to do today? And some of these greed things also I'm relating to that short-term orientation, including for government. Oxygen shortage is there, do something to meet oxygen shortage. Ventilator shortage is there, even Saudi ventilators were supplied. So all kinds of things happened. People grabbed whatever they could. Extreme future concerns is, there were also people who started talking about what will happen to my grandchildren 10 years from now, 15 years from now. If situations do not improve, what will I do? And extreme anxiety leads us to distress, and we cope by either surrendering to the Supreme, which is God. So satsang, charity, compassion, those kinds of things happen, or surrendering to the devil, where alcoholism, drugs, suicide. We had a very unfortunate case reported in newspapers a few days back in Karnataka, or a week back. Two young couple, both technically qualified people, namely engineers. They suspected they had some symptoms of COVID. They gave the RT-PCR test. Before the result could come, they hanged themselves, thinking that, you know, what future awaits them, and they may die. I mean, what can be more extreme than that? Lastly, I'm saying when exchange option is not available, people have a tendency to beg, borrow, and steal, which is happening today. And this has happened any time we have deprived population. So many people have been deprived. And I'm reminded of, I spent 7 years in Lucknow, and Lucknow has lots of anecdotes. There was a Nawab called Asif-ud-Daula, and he was a very generous person, as reported by historians. Popular saying about Asif-ud-Daula was that jisko na de Maula, usko de Asif-ud-Daula. But there was a fakir sitting in front of Bada Imambara, where this man used to go for his prayers, Friday prayers. And moment he used to see this person, he will say, jisko na de Maula, usko kya de Asif-ud-Daula. Then a major drought happened. And this person observed that even so-called rich families had problems of feeding their children and themselves. But he started a whole lot of like so-called food for work program and those kinds of things. So he has started a very unique thing. He paid rich, and paid payment was basically in terms of food grains, to construct wall during the day. And he invited rich people with their family to demolish that wall in the evening. So in a slightly lighter vein, I say that rich have a tendency to destroy things, poor have a tendency to construct. That he recognized early, or capability. And both were paid in terms of food grains, because the rich families, particularly ladies and some of these gents, will not like to come and do menial work seen by others. And then this fakir changed his saying, and he also started saying, "Jisko na de mola, usko vi de asifuddollah." So, yes, government has done certain things, reaching food grains to the houses of people, I mean, families below poverty line, but still we have seen this increase. Crime rate has gone up. Lockdown was a different experience. Responsible management and marketing. How does it help? Very quickly, I have just two examples to share. I have also taught a course called social marketing for quite some time, and this is a passion for me. Rural marketing and social marketing has been a passion within marketing. Several usage of this. Pulse polio is one of the best examples in this country, and several uses have happened. Very quickly, my first job was in Delhi in 1979 in corporate sector. That was the time when Charan Singh government came. Huge shortage of sugar and some other commodities. Sugar prices shot up almost 5 times, 6 times. Hoarding started happening. A particular enlightened IAS officer took this opportunity to understand this phenomena. He had some understanding of consumer behavior. Delhi Development Authority or Delhi government spent a lot of money in advertising to the public that don't panic. They advertise places where government vehicles will come, vans, and distribute 1 kg or 2 kg of sugar, which was basically the thing being hoarded, because price had shot up from roughly 2 to 3 rupees to 11, 12 rupees. And that was a huge amount in 79. So specific locations were mentioned. It was popularized through leaflets, basically to take care of anxiety, to take care of panic buying, and to take care of hoarding. Later on, he was hauled up by some politicians that why did you waste so much money on advertisement? But some academic sense and some others came to his rescue by providing evidence that this helped a whole lot of citizens to calm down and reduce the hoarding tendencies in the market. Some similar efforts were made with regard to ventilators and oxygen. I have put a question mark, but in my understanding, it was too little, too late. I'm not getting into this detail. These people should be familiar, and all these examples that I am citing here are phenomenal companies or places from where very significant contribution has come to Indian business. And I'm particularly fond of the last category, not because I also am showing self-serving bias, but Arvind Eye Care, Narayana Health, I developed cases on them towards the end of my tenure at IMB. And Arvind Eye Care, many of you will know, Madurai, they have expanded it to other cities. Largest eye care system in the world. And not getting the kind of publicity in general that they should be getting. 42%, I mean, I'm talking about 2012-13 data with the last time I wrote my case. 42% of patients treated free or using that Kalangar scheme, which was paying them 750 rupees, and yet generating a surplus. So these are examples of this country where poor can be supported. And Arvind Eye Care has a very, very specific target segment, poor as consumer. So I'm not spending more time on that. Very briefly, I will get into this. This is some theme which has interested me for the last 20 years. By high potential, I mean many individuals, few consumers, very few citizens. I have asked companies all through when I was dealing with them, are you targeting 2 to 3% of India? Are you targeting 10% of India? Or 30% of India, because in my understanding, even today, roughly about 65-70% of India just survives. In fact, the bottom 30% has even problems in that. So most companies, one of the tasks is to convert these individuals into responsible consumers, not indiscriminate consumers. I will not get into more on that because subsequently something will come. Citizenship, the best definition I got as a student in IIM Ahmedabad from Nani Palkiwala. He was addressing us and he gave a beautiful definition, one sentence definition: obedience to unenforceable. He says you are a citizen if you obey things or you do things which you think is right for this country without law being behind you. So traffic signals we obey because otherwise we will be challaned, right? But moment we do not see a constable, we violate the traffic light if there is nobody saying our traffic is slightly low. And several other places. I found this beautiful. And this is one of the, and he had identified that in way back in, I think 80 or 81. I was a doctoral student at that time. That this is one of the major challenges. It remains a challenge. We have very few citizens. Lakshmi Narayans, Narayans and Darid Narayans. Darid Narayan was coined by Mahatma. They coexist with different aspirations, and this has its own challenge. COVID time, many people have fallen into the Darid Narayan category from the Narayan. So that is its own issue. Market, non-market issue, basically I'm not highlighting, but problem in rural India you will find is that lots of things which were not economic goods, when they become economic goods, I'm talking about fuel related things, even cordon for a long time, it has its implications. And COVID time has again made us these things more dangerous. I also believe that we are a resource abundant society, yet deficit of periodic surpluses and periodic shortages. So oxygen, overall, we didn't have shortage, but the problem was we didn't have containers. We didn't have ways of reaching it to the right kind of people. And this has happened in this country, not once, but several times. And somewhere we have to work out. I still remember 2003, McKinsey came out with a report that in just fruits and vegetable industry in this country, the losses they estimated roughly as 60,000 crores per year. And we are a poor country. At that time, my first cynical reaction was that McKinsey converting dollars to rupees sometimes has a tendency to add a zero. But I did my own crude calculations and I found that may be an underestimate. We still have several thousand crores of wastage. If I add food grains to that, it will go in few lakh crores. So that's the kind of issue that we are facing. And COVID, again, makes it worse. Unorganized market leading to issues of inefficiency and equity. I will not expand on that. Everybody knows. Just one example, I will say, we're doing some work for Siemens and we found some states declaring electricity free for rural consumers. Pumps with 12% efficiency, 15% efficiency were used in these states when superior pumps with 35%, 40% efficiency were available. Because I'm not bothered about electricity consumption. And what I wanted to share here is, see, when we use the Western metrics, how much kilowatt of power we consume, my God. Bangalore was considered an air-conditioned city in this country, and constructing all kinds of buildings in this city, we made it a place where air conditioners are selling in large quantities. And then we talk about kilowatt hours of consumption. So I maintain per capita consumption, except for quality of life goods, doesn't make sense. I mean, if we consume more power, then we become a developed country. Sorry, we need to look at better efficiencies, and we were better off. Similarly, water. Hand pump, you crank once, you get roughly half a liter of water or roughly about half a liter of water. You have a running pipe, leaking pipe, and then we say that we are a water deficit country. So these are issues. 2007 or 8, I will not name, one of our business economists, repeated this term that VUCA is the new normal. And I had my amusement because being a student of rural marketing, I realized that farmers in this country, landless labor in this country, poor living in slums in this country have always faced VUCA. And it has been, again, exacerbated by this COVID. So and they have developed mechanism to cope with it. So we need to looking at our own MBA curriculum and all that. Extremely value conscious customers, but values declining in the society. Some people say Indians are price sensitive. My understanding is no, we are value sensitive. Even if we are buying those who can afford buy expensive goods, we seek more for less. Poor also seek more for less. So that is what is value sensitivity to me. But yes, our values are declining, and that I will explain when we in the conclusion. Large and growing young aspirational generation, impatient and often confused about role models. I remember some management institutes were inviting Harshad Mehta at one time for addressing the students, and he had become the role model. There were some others, crooks from the industry who were role models. And this is where the problem comes. What society projects as examples to follow. Underdeveloped infrastructure, and I have deliberately highlighted suboptimal technology accesses and adoption. We still have, this so-called Atmanirbhar Bharat is a big question mark, because when I get things from Amazon, or how many packs I see made in China, and what is happening to auto industry today, chip shortage and all that, that's an eye-opener. I will not get into more of that. These are all our market's characteristics. Yes, we have grown. We have become better. Growth equity dilemma leading to cycles of pragmatic and populist public policy making. Periodically, we have moved towards the right. Periodically, government, because votes come from a different part of the society, try to become populist, particularly closer to election, and there are some people who are perpetually in election mode. So that has created problem for this country because, and let me quickly give you an example from Karnataka. Several decades, I say about early 90s, I came to Bangalore in 93. I was being driven to Uti through this forest area beyond Mysore. And I found some beautiful patches of cement concrete road at that time. This was 94. And there was a gentleman sitting with me. Both of us were going to attend a conference in Uti. He was from AF Ferguson and an infrastructure expert. So I asked him that you are an infrastructure person. Who would have created this cement concrete road in this jungle? And he gave a beautiful response. That, Professor, can you believe this is not even Viswasaraya? His predecessor created this because this was Sikarga. It was the praying ground for Maharaja of Mysore. I said, what prevents our current fellows to construct even half of this kind of a road? His response was beautiful. He said, please tell me, typically Maharaja's Diwan, because Maharaja's rule lasted at least 10, 15, 20 years. So they had a 20-year perspective, 25-year perspective. Who in today's politics or bureaucracy or technocracy has more than 3 to 5 year perspective? You will get these kinds of road if you can get people to have 10 to 15, 20 years perspective. And this is where I see COVID time has hopefully woken us up. Building infrastructure for health, education, and other things is not one day job, but we need to focus on that. We need to have 10, 15, 20-year perspective, not next elections. Income irregularity and disparity. Only about 10% employment in the organized sector. I keep harping. Marketing thrives on disposable income or discretionary income. Organized sector employment gives a stable income. Even if income is not high, at least you get something on a monthly or weekly or fortnightly basis. Unorganized sector with 90%, and with today's situation, you can see service sector is totally gone. Small, medium enterprises are gone. So plight of these people, what happened during lockdown to maid servants and all that, I don't have to spend time on that. So, and I hope many of people sitting here will realize 25-30% of our workers in two-wheeler and four-wheeler industry are basically temporary workers. We are sitting on a powder keg. So we need to move towards slightly better treatment to our working population. I will not go beyond that. And maybe this is a situation when people need to wake up and do something. Strong identity issues and turf issues dividing the society. This is known to all of us. Blind imitation of Western consumption patterns and managerial practices. Appropriate technology to me is relevant modern technology. Now, say, for example, in taking the vaccination issue, Moderna vaccine, if it requires minus 90 degree, particularly for the rural area, which is still our 68, 67% of population, it's not possible. Yes, it is expensive, and we don't have basically this supply chain and the cold chain to support this kind of vaccine. So it may be the best, 90% plus efficacy, but it's irrelevant to that in that sense. And several other things which we have blindly brought in this country, we need to be careful about. I am not for the reason of timing. To academicians, I say, blind today, NIRF rankings and some of these accreditation agencies, they drive our academic agenda. Yes, we need to be clear about what we are doing. We need to strive for excellence. But if we start playing games to achieve superior ranking, and each thing is targeting how many extra points I get, sorry, that's not education to me. And some of these Western thoughts, although I had privilege of associating with Kotler, and I respect, and I use the terms of Gandhi, that our doors and windows should be open, but we should not get swept off our feet. That's one of the very, very important caveats. Unfortunately, we are getting swept off. Western certification or approval has become a kind of mandate, and I call it 6 steps to Nirvana. Everything is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps. Everything research requires external validation. Just quickly, I will give you an example. I did some work on our Guna inventory, the Sat, Raj, Tam, and I thought it's much better than the classification that came from the West. But the problem is, when I looked at, there are 3 inventories existing, and you can give desirable responses, so it doesn't work. We tried and we found out that people give desirable responses. So I discussed with, my sample size is 3 enlightened people whom I considered or I could have access to, who knew our ancient system in and around Bangalore. And what I learned was that in earlier Gurukul system, a Sisya, when he or she joined, normally, classification was based on 2-3 months of understanding this person, whether he likes to sleep more, whether he likes to eat more spicy food, whether he enjoys games versus reading scriptures. And then one was classified, and somebody could complete a course in 4 years or 6 years. Somebody had to do it for 12 years, depending on your tendencies, and gradually gurus will nudge towards certain things. And some people will never get into scriptures. So, one, in our sense, search for God is internal. Search for knowledge is internal validation. Truth has to be found by individual through internal validation. Western science says external validation. I see somewhere we need to see the commonality rather than blindly moving there. Now, very quickly, because we have already late in our session, see the issue that I see of responsibility and sustainability is, again, I am going to Gandhi. He says there's enough in the world for meeting our need, very little for meeting the greed. I see that issue here. Copying certain consumption standards is not responsible marketing. It is irresponsible. Diesel consumption doesn't give us, it pollutes, right? In fact, I asked a very interesting question to people. Why do I need to travel? For 1.5 years, I did not travel, and I'm not worse off, and world is not worse off. Otherwise, every month or alternate month, I will go to attend a meeting, waste my whole time, and waste air fuel and all that. Equity versus equality, I have spent time, I will not get into that, but there are very, very interesting issues on this, and people interested should look at the principles of justice. Responsible production and consumption chain versus per capita. I have spent time, so I'm in a sense summing up. Per capita, I repeat, doesn't make sense to me, and I have been advocating this for several years, except for quality of life goods and essential goods. Consuming more fuel, consuming more electricity is not signs of development to me. Not taking away from the future generations, that's the definition of sustainability. So that we need to worry about more now with this. One doesn't know when this uncertainty will end. Market creation more important than market share. Now, when we saw people moving around, the so-called bottom of pyramid people, my argument with them was, I see you going to the rural market with a miner's perspective. There is a wealth out there, take out that wealth. My submission has been, first help create wealth there, which people like Varghese Kurian, in your own Andhra, the poultry person, the Venkateswara hatchery person, he did it, and there are several others. So help create wealth, then claim a share in that. Demand and supply need to be matched responsibly, right? Many a times, Say's law operates. Supply creates its own demand. So you can see people splurging on certain kinds of things, and our whole system is, full of these landfills. Aspirations need to be raised responsibly and fulfilled. See, people who talked about, and there is a literature on that of early 50s vintage, economists and many others talked about marketing's role in economic development, and basic thing, essence of that is two roles they saw: raising aspirations and fulfilling those aspirations. Over the years, we have been able to raise aspirations, but somehow we have not been able to fulfill those aspirations. And COVID time again reminds us for that, so we need to be careful. We need to distinguish issues in commercial, quasi-commercial, and developmental marketing. Many times our discussions get confused. So just I wanted to put the caveat. I will not get into details. See, commercial marketing is all these, most of the consumer goods, your durables and things like that, including lots of services. Quasi-commercial to me is education, health, basic utilities. These I call quasi-commercial, where I see both private sector and public sector coexisting, each one with specific target segments, or maybe even competing if they can. Developmental sector normally should be left to either development organizations or government, but I have annoyed a whole lot of bureaucrats by saying development administration to me is oxymoron, because in my understanding, and I have spent time studying this, I have spent time looking at this, introspecting and reflecting. Development needs to be managed, development cannot be administered. And that is where my request to people like Professor Narayana Reddy and some others who may have access to AICTR, I have failed. See, this whole standardization of nomenclature of our programs as MBA, business administration evolved in US to serve the industry. I thought management is a much broader thing, and IIM Lucknow started with this mandate of serving the undermanaged sector, which is rural, health, education, so on and so forth. I thought, and Ahmedabad has a long debate with Harvard, and then they decided to go for management as a nomenclature. That makes much more sense for this country, because a lot of contribution of commercial principles can come in those areas and has come. So that's a separate issue. I will not spend time on that. Distinguish customers from clients and citizens. Very briefly, I think testing the patience of the audience. Customers are in commercial situation. Clients are typically lawyers, doctors. In fact, one student several years back asked me, normally I was slightly harsh to people who were not coming prepared to the class. So this gentleman raised it and said, Professor, I am your customer and you teach marketing and you are being harsh to your customer. My response was very simple. I said, please go back and reflect your marketing. This was 5th or 6th class of mine, first course on marketing. I said, it seems I have not been able to communicate to you what is marketing. Because please reflect back. Is your are your parents my customer? Is the industry which is going to recruit you also my customer? Is your future spouse my customer? So I have multiple customers and somewhere I have to balance that interest. So education is not typical commercial kind of thing, although it has become. In fact, higher education has become edutainment, but I will not get into those issues. Client is where service provider knows slightly better than the service receiver what is to be done. And when we become a citizen, then there are rights and duties which come. Very briefly, those of us who have looked at our old system, I understand that in our system, duties existed. Duties of one became the rights of the other. We got into rights courtesy Western exposure, and today we are more rights entitlement seeking population. We have forgotten duties. And these are some tasks of social marketing and marketing that we need to do across organizations. That is Narayana, Lakshmi Narayana interest. It has to be for our own enlightened self-interest. Otherwise, most of us will not be able to survive, or our next generation will not be able to survive with this kind of disparity that we have created. Satisfaction and delight of all the participants is equally important, not just customers and employees. I have been emphasizing this, that unfortunately marketers have overgeneralized the importance of customer is king or queen. At least in my lifetime of 40 years of practice of marketing and learning of marketing, I did not see a single king or queen, right? But I have to say, if the company is not profitable, if employees are not delighted, if suppliers are not happy, if distributors are not happy, you can't sustain the business. So you can't be blindly one-sided. So performance matrix has to include customer, company, society, and environment, which we have done in performance marketing characteristics. I will not expand. Globalize without victimizing or getting victimized. What happened in Afghanistan or Iraq? These are the examples of victimized and also becoming victim at one point in time. Ashoka was, in my opinion, the first globalizer from our side, did not use army when Buddhism spread. Do not just imitate, innovate. Frugal and incremental innovation is not inferior. Lots of people say that the problem of India is only frugal innovation happens. The breakthrough, first thing by definition, breakthrough is breakthrough. It cannot happen everywhere. But anything that brings improvement, brings improved quality of life here, that is what we should advocate. And currently you can see a whole lot of improvements. Ventilators were created out of small things in various factories which had capability. Relevance, equity, and sustainability are key mantras. I will skip. Yeah, I am almost close to the end. Distinguish needs from wants. Very simple thing I'm saying. Most often we have a tendency to pander to the wants of the customer. We don't focus on the needs. A very simple example I will give you. We had food shortage. We defined it, green revolution, we thought has solved this problem. Unfortunately, we forgot that the real problem was nutrition, not just filling up the stomach. And so we have 42% of people below, children below 5 years of age who are malnourished, about 22, 24. And this is today's time. I'm not talking about ancient India. So that is something which is shocking for us, and we should be focusing on that. And these are not just poor. Junk food is being propagated in this country. And even from rich families, there are people who are deficient in iron and other things. And what kind of future these children will have. Culture, identity, and values may be 3 pillars of sustainable management. This is my quantification. Again, issues which need to. Branding as an assurance makes more sense than branding for premium. Unfortunately, blindly copying some definition of brand equity, we in marketing promoted. Moment you are a brand, you have a right to charge a premium. No, sir. Basically, branding is an assurance. You are in safe hands. Amul did not charge a premium. Arvind Eye Care, at that time when I studied them in 2012, used to perform cataract surgery. I said for people below poverty line, 750 rupees are free. And for other customers with full income and all that, 5,500 rupees per eye. When in Bangalore, a third-rate eye hospital was charging 15,000, 16,000 rupees. But Arvind had a much superior quality. That is brand to me. Scale, availability, affordability, accessibility, and acceptability. Acceptability, I say, relevance plus persuasion makes more sense in our context. It is much more relevant today, post-COVID experience. Demarketing is as important as marketing. We need to demarket certain practices, certain products and services which have spoiled our generations, including older people. So in conclusion, what I'm submitting to this audience is, we need marketing Mahatmas, not warriors or generals. I have great respect for our generals. And when people say marketing is a warfare, I dread. In warfare, the superiority of one of the party decides who wins. In marketing, it is long established that customers decide who wins, not the two fighting parties. And that's where I coined this term Mahatma, because who has Mahatma? Two critical requirements, I say, what they will do. Who put effectiveness and sustainability above efficiency and expansion. Very quickly, let me just illustrate this. We talk about efficient transportation. Effectiveness is, which is Drucker's definition, doing right things. Do we need to transport? Why do we haul things for such a long distance? Why can't we use local products? The Scandinavians have done it. Some others have done it. In certain societies, it is being done. Why can't we do it? So, in my understanding, in our country, we tried to become efficient, copying the Western examples blindly before we became effective, before we became sustainable. We need to reverse that trend. This is a Mahatma's task. And second thing is people who promote character. Now, character is not just moral character for me. Character is authenticity. You would have read a whole lot of mafia-related, old mafia, I'm talking about dacoits and all that, who used to run their business on certain principles. That is what I call character. You have authenticity. I can trust you. Somebody talked about trust earlier. So one problem, I call it this crisis of 3 C's in our country. Some Mahatma has to take care of, or multiple Mahatmas have to take care of this. Character, compassion. Dalai Lama has a beautiful book. His several lectures are available. And we could see in his system how compassion is developed amongst Tibetan children right from the childhood. And there are other places where, certain places, Gurukuls and other places, it is happening. And finally, citizenship values. If that happens, I think marketing and management can be reimagined. Thank you. I'm sorry for taking more of your precious time.
Thank you, sir, for your influential and informative message. We are grateful for sharing your deep knowledge. You have given a lot of examples which really enlightened us. Now the session is open for the questions. The participants can post any queries. And also you can post it in the chat box so that the guests can address them. Hope there are no queries. So let us proceed. Now I request our beloved Director, Sir, Professor P. Narayana Reddy, to deliver the closing remarks. Over to you, sir.
Very good evening, respected Professor Mithaleshwar, other resource persons in various sessions. I'm extremely happy that the last 3 days International E-Conference has come to an end with a positive note that every resource person, every speaker, and the chairman of every session had shared a lot of knowledge, information, and more useful. And as Professor Mithaleshwar said, the responsibility has come in the last 3 days as a common topic, common word too. Therefore, that's what actually I feel by doing a conference of this kind. In my opening remarks on the first day, I assured that there will be certain takeaways from this particular conference. And I'm extremely happy that there are certain takeaways that you are carrying, and a lot of information and the deep knowledge that has been shared by the experts. And Professor Mithaleshwar, in his talk, he mentioned the very, very important issues as the basis for our future generations. Our next generation may appreciate or should appreciate our efforts in this particular generation. Otherwise, they may curse for our indifferent attitude in the present environment. So we have to create, we must be responsible as an individual, as a community, as a nation, and as a world. At every stage, we must be responsible while producing and also while consuming, and we have to preserve for something for the future. See, as Professor Jha, he mentioned very clearly, Lakshmi Narayanas, Narayanas, and Daridra Narayanas. See, even in our Indian society, while having, whether it is a breakfast, lunch, or dinner, first bit of food that we are about to eat, we'll keep that for somebody, for the guest. Sometimes a guest may not be there at all. We treat even the dog which is there at home. We keep certain food for it and then we eat. That's what actually hundreds of years back, we have practiced the sustainability and we followed the responsible citizenship and keep the citizenship values as the basis for the next generation. And our future generations will be based on this. I'm extremely happy that Professor Jha has touched that particular issue, has taken all of us to a different route, which is going to be the only route for all of us to travel. And if we travel in that particular route, I'm sure that we will be in the right route and we will reach the right destination. So I extremely happy and my sincere thanks to Professor Mithalesha Jha. And I know that when it is the time to recollect my association long back in 1997 and 98 when I organized a conference on this particular similar topic. Then I invited him to be the inaugural guest. Then at that time also he mentioned that why can't we create Mahatmas and why can't our Mahatma can be the brand himself to promote the Indianness, simplicity, and the superior thinking process. So therefore, I am extremely happy. Thank you very much, sir, for joining and accepting our invitation and given a right direction for the next generation, how we have to carry out our responsibilities as a teacher, as a researcher, and also as a citizen. And I always believe that we must be responsible. We must preserve something for our future. That's what we always call the sustainability. And all our actions must be sustainable so that our children will live happily and they will definitely thank us if we behave in this particular manner. And the COVID has given the best opportunity for all of us, all the country heads, whether they're the decision makers, policy frame workers, or even for the strategists who are going to develop the strategies. It is the greatest opportunity for all of us to redefine what is the meaning of development. In this process, what type of goods and services we have to produce and we have to market. While consuming also, we must be responsible. So I'm sure that it is a great opportunity, and I'm sure that our business leaders and the policy makers will redefine the business models, and where no need to have the models that should reflect an entire world. As I said yesterday also, the longest supply chain system is virtually broken, and we are suddenly looked at our own local environment to meet our own requirements. So local production, local consumption suddenly has become the dearest concept in the present environment of COVID. So These are all the lessons that we are having, but we must learn the lessons, otherwise history repeats. So therefore, with these few closing remarks, I once again thank not only Professor Mithaleshwari, I.C. Gupta and Venugopal Gupta and Dhananjay Singh, who chaired the session, Dr. Nandakumar Mekot from Goa University, and Professor Shabir Bhatt. In spite of having challenges in connecting with the rest of the country from the Srinagar, still, though he has to come and chair the session yesterday, but still he could find some time, as and when the network is restored in Srinagar, he immediately joined and shared his thoughts. Thank you, Professor Shabir Bhatt. In fact, I got a chance to visit Srinagar on behalf of the President of India to the Central University, Kashmir. At that time, I got a chance to interact with him in his chambers. Thank you very much for joining us. And let us hope that, I sincerely thank all others. I may not able to remember all the people, but more than 15 speakers shared their thoughts on this particular platform. Really, it's a great opportunity. And I am sure that the conference is a very, very successful event. And it is a learning opportunity for all my colleagues who have been organizing, involved in organizing this particular conference. Congratulations to my team, and thanks to all the resource persons and the participants. And let us continue our association the days to come. I also request all the paper presenters and also the resource persons, please convert your presentation into the research papers, and we would like to publish all this material in the form of a conference proceedings with the ISBN number. Thank you very much. I request the Karim and Jais to continue if there is anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Karim to take over the session for continuation of presentations. Dr. Karim, sir, you can continue.
Thank you, Dr. Devesh, madam, and Dr. Sir, and especially namaskaram to Professor Mithaleshwar sir and all the faculty members, and especially guest speakers. Now it's a final call for any presenters can raise their hand so that we will continue. Otherwise, we will go for vote of thanks. Any presenter? Any presenter in reaction can raise hand?
Sir, this is Nagarjuna. We will go to.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yes, Nagarjuna, you can present.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And good evening, everyone, and respected director, sir, and honorable guest. And today I will go to present a study on customer preferences and satisfaction towards OTT platforms in Chittoor district, and along with Dr. B. Ujjwala ma'am, an assistant professor of swim, and I'm Nagarjuna, and student and department of MBA swim. And the contents, introduction, and objectives of the study, and research questions, hypothesis research and methodologies, and data analysis, and findings and conclusions. And today, coming to introduction, OTT full form over the top, and has gained a huge popularity in India in a short period of time. So the first dependent India OTT platform was Big Flix, launched by Reliance Entertainment in 2008. In 2010, the dignity of launched in India's first OTT mobile app called Next GTV, which provide access to both live TV and on-demand contents. So in objectives of the OTT platforms, in the study, the customer preferences towards the OTT platforms to access the customer satisfactions and towards various platform to OTT platforms, and to analyze the factors and influencing customers, subscribers to the OTT and the OTT platforms. How can they overcome the pandemic situations? Here we will go to discuss. And the rise of OTT in India. The drop in price of smartphones and cellular data has enabled a large chunk of the population to gain access to online platforms. So since the outbreak of COVID-19 and consequences national lockdowns in March 2020, India witnessed uses of OTT. So it will be face so many problems in various various departments. So as well as we will say in 7 P's of online marketing. So as we know, the 7 P's of 7 P's play a vital role in various departments and in business organizations. So as well in online marketing also, 7 P's play a vital role, like a product in product we will see software, content and services, and also promotions, people, physical evidence, and phone, price, process, place. So these are the 7 P's play a vital role in online marketing. So in methodology, we can use the methodologies of online OTT platforms like research designs. In research designs, it was an exploratory study with descriptive research designs in order to inaugurated towards the different OTT platforms in Chittoor district. And also we will use the sampling technique use and consequential samples, and the sample size is 105. And the data collection, we use the primary data and secondary data. In primary data, self-designed content quantity which was circulated with the help of digital media platforms using WhatsApp groups, Facebooks and other social medias. And the secondary data we will collect through the newspapers and magazines and research papers on OTT media platforms. Respective websites were also used to gather the data on information. And we analyze the data, tools like percentage analysis and ANOVA statistical tools was used to analyze the data. And the research questions and hypothesis formulations we can use. And the most of the limitations in the OTT platforms, like physical in-depth interview could not be conducted because of the pandemic situations. So, and the study was limited to Chittoor district only. And the hypothesis formulas we can use here, and there is a significant mean differences in the number of OTT platforms subscribed on the earning of respondents. And the second hypothesis, there is a significant mean differences in uses of OTT platforms on the response localities. And in this study, we can find the majority of the users OTT platforms were males 46.7%, followed by students and homemakers. And the maximum users of OTT platforms were unmarried, and the percentage was percentage is 70%. In COVID-19 pandemic lockdown made them to subscribe more platforms. So in 55.2% of the response revealed that the watch movies and more in OTT platforms by the web series, reality shows, and sports or others. The in final majority of the respondents is 95.6% said that the OTT have better better opportunities in coming days. And while percent in locations, urban areas was 45.7%, and semi-urban 21.9%, and the rural 32.2%. In the OTT platforms, the frequency, the Amazon will be play a vital role and equal of before the corona and after compared to the after corona. And Netflix and Disney, Hotstar, OT, these are the competitors, and the pandemic made to subscribe. So after coming pandemic situations, more subscribers will subscribe the OTT platforms in free time. They they watch the web series, movies, serials, some other movies. In the conclusion, this study was a novel attempt to analyze the occupation of the new emergence digital superpower media among the masses of Chittoor district. In recent years, distributor OTT platforms and smart TV penetrations had already begun to the already of the world consumers content, particularly entertainments, and the OTT platforms will continue to challenge the status quo and provide new kinds of entertainments. And among the people of Chittoor district, Amazon Prime had a wider range of consequences, followed by the Disney Hotstar and Netflix, AHA and G5. More people were satisfied by watching movies in OTT platforms. In theaters, they show that future days will become a tough for the theater owners. So these OTT platforms will be give a big competition to the theaters. And in the COVID-19 lockdown made the people to use OTT services a lot, and this results is increase in OTT platforms. And the upcoming decision in this area will most probably belong to not only those will the best originals of films and the content consumers and revaluations how the consumers content. And the OTT platforms will continue to challenge the status quo and provide new kinds of entertainments. And this is our study. And once again, I thank you giving this golden opportunity. And thank you, sir. Stay home, stay safe.
Thank you, Nagarjuna.
Thank you, sir.
I think it is the anyone any questions? Okay. I think there are no other participants. Is there any other participants? Can raise, otherwise we will go to vote of thanks. Any other participants? Right. Go to Dr. K. Balaji.
Thank you, sir. Respected Director, sir, Professor P. Narayana Reddy Garu, distinguished guests, professors, associate professors, assistant professors of Srividyaniketan Institute of Management, and all my dear participants, good evening to all. I, Dr. K. Balaji, assistant professor in MBA, Srividyaniketan Institute of Management, proposing vote of thanks. I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks to all those who contributed to this 3-day online international marketing conclave on reimagining marketing in new normal. At this outset, I thank all our resource persons of 3 days, comprising 16 eminent personalities.
Disconnect the Nagaraj's presentation, then you can, it gives a better.
Nagarjuna, you kindly.
Nagarjuna.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Nagarjuna. At this outset, I thank all our resource persons of 3 days, comprising 16 eminent personalities from industry and academia for sharing their valuable thought-provoking experiences to us. We express our gratitude to our chairman, Padma Shri, Dr. M. Mohan Babu Garu, and our reward CEO, Manchu Vishnu Garu, for their motivation and providing wonderful platform of knowledge. I would like to thank our beloved director, Professor P. Narayana Reddy Garu, for his enthusiastic support, motivation, mentorship to swim family for making everything possible. My special thanks to the organizing committee, teaching and non-teaching staff for their unflinching support and coordination. Our heartfelt thanks to our participants for their active participation. With these warm words and kind message, we move to the end of our 3-day International Marketing Conclave on reimagining marketing in new normal program. Thank you all for making this event grand success.
Okay, thank you, Professor I.C. Gupta ji, for having joined this particular conference. And also, I thank all the organizers for having done their job best, and research paper contributors, and also the guests who are there in this particular conference for the last 3 days. Of course, I hope that my team has learned certain things while organizing this particular program. Thank you very much. See you bye, and kindly submit the papers, revised papers as soon as possible. We can publish the same at the earliest. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support, sir.
Thank you, sir. Feedback is posted in the chat box. Can fill. Feedback link is there in the chat box.
Producer was there.